Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, meeting of the Georgia State Election Board. We have a quorum joined today by members King, members Johnston, members Gazal, and members Jeffries. I'm Chairman John Favere, and also our administrative person and our executive director is here with us today. The first item on the agenda is the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Johnson, would you like to? Please, yeah.
Invocation?
Yes, invocation.
Thank you. This is a beautiful prayer by our first president, George Washington. Let us pray. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogancy, and from evil in every way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitudes brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those to whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the board meeting minutes from State Election Board. Oh, I'm sorry. Missed that one. Member Jeffries, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? There is a flag that way. We just do the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Member Jeffries.
I did have a flag right
You
here.
have a flag.
Right.
Flag. All right. Very good. Sorry about that. The next item on the agenda is the approval of board meeting minutes from the State Election Board for October 22, 2025. A copy of those minutes is in your folders. If the board would take a minute to review those, and then the chair would entertain a motion for either corrections or are there any corrections that need to be made?
Quick question.
Yes.
Here, which accurately reflects the discussion, but the discussion did not accurately reflect the facts. And that is paragraph F.
Yeah.
The letter was sent in a personal capacity, not on behalf of the board, and that does not actually reflect the facts, although that is exactly what was stated. So the minutes are correct according to what was said, not what the appropriate
Which paragraph is that?
F. Election Assistance Commission. What meeting is those? The meeting minutes from October 22nd.
I'm missing paragraph F.
From October 22nd. You don't have this? Okay, so some of the copies are incomplete, it looks like. You don't have a back side of the first page? You left, oh. Somehow I got it and nobody else did.
Let's
Just pass it down to one of mine, okay?
Yeah. I'm just not sure because that is exactly how it was presented at the meeting, but that's not actually what happened.
Oh, sorry.
I think probably the solution is just simply to reflect in today's minutes, a correction to that, because these minutes are accurate according to what happened. And what was stated in the meeting, simply not what happened.
There's a typo too on the second line, public comment, should be public comment.
I didn't catch that.
So member Gazal is saying that this is correctly written as to what happened,
This is what was stated.
as to what was stated. She would like to probably make a comment in this meeting that'll
To correct it.
to correct the record.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. So I don't think we need to worry about it.
got it. But there is a one correction with the spelling error.
Yes, there does need to be a correction.
Good.
That was sent by email to you and the board,
Right,
but yes,
but the public.
yes.
So we have the one correction then noted here on the spelling error. Is there any other corrections that need to be made?
Comment.
It said comment.
Commend.
Should be comment. Yeah. Commend you.
So it was. Yeah, it would have been comment.
Yep. Any further corrections? The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes with the one correction.
So moved.
We have motions or a second? We have motions second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving those minutes with the one correction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. It's carried by 4-0. We're going to slightly change the order of the agenda today. The next item on the agenda was public comment, but we have a request by a board member to move into executive session at this time. The board has some very important business to handle in the executive session. And we will come back into this meeting after the executive session is over and take whatever action is necessary at that time. The chair will entertain a motion at this point to move to executive session.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we have an amendment to the agenda. Do I do that after the executive session?
let's go ahead and do it.
All right. I'd like to add to new business, a discussion on the dismissal process of case 2023-025.
Discussion. Okay, anything else?
That's all.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I have a request to amend the agenda. Two items, one under old business, pre-meeting and presentation of cases for December meeting. And under new business,
Please. Pre-meeting and
a presentation of cases for the December meeting.
okay,
And under new business, media and public relations.
anything else? The chair will entertain a motion to move into executive session at this time.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This regular meeting is in recess and if the members would move next door for executive session. Thank you. the board met in executive session. And at this time, the chair will make a motion to authorize a settlement agreement and release by and between American Oversight, the Georgia State Election Board, and Janice Johnson individually. No second is needed since the chair can make a motion without a second. Are there any discussion from the board? Any questions from the board? All those in favor of authorizing the settlement agreement signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The settlement agreement is authorized between the Georgia State Election Board and Janice Johnson and American Oversight. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Young. Before we get to the next item on the agenda, is there an addition to the agenda today for a second executive session to discuss personnel matters?
Yes, we like to add to the agenda. Do I have to just, can I just say personnel? Okay, yeah.
We'll try and conduct that during lunch.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is public comment. We have 17 people, was it?
We've got 17.
17 individuals have signed up for public comment. If you'll come to the table and make your comment, please recall we limit people to 2 minutes each. And, the only thing as always, we just ask that you respect other people's opinions. There are a variety of opinions in this room and conflicting opinions. And we just ask that you be respectful and that you don't directly try and attack or assault anybody. We all have our own opinions and they're important opinions for us. And we also ask that you please don't clap or shout or do any of that stuff. And we'll just be calm and kind of move through this. So our executive director will call you out, please, if you would come up there and he'll keep time and we'll handle the public comment portion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to call out the first 3 people. So if the first one can come to the witness table here in the front, and then the other 2 can sit on the front pew up here. And so we have first Marissa Pyle, Andres, is it Para? And Sam Carnline.
It's, I guess we should turn those on.
Should be named.
Is that on now?
Mhm.
Okay. Hi, board members. My name is Marissa Pyle. I'm with All Voting is Local. Today, the board is scheduled to hear from a variety of presenters, and I'd like to briefly go over their backgrounds to highlight the individuals that this board seeks to uplift, which is very important as the board continues to make the decisions that impact voters you represent. First up is Clay Parikh, a so-called expert who worked with Kari Lake in Arizona in a failed attempt to overturn her own election. and was so thoroughly discredited as an expert in elections and voting cybersecurity that courts from the state level in Arizona all the way to the Supreme Court have rejected cases that he's been involved with. He was also an invited presenter of noted pillow and conspiracy salesman Mike Lindell, who has lost 2 separate lawsuits and owes millions of dollars for defamation as a result of his disinformation that he spread about our elections. Most recently, Parikh led yet another court case to a resounding loss in Georgia in a failed attempt to throw out voting machines.
Excuse me,
in the
Miss
2020
Pyle.
election.
You're attacking one of the presenters, and this time is for discussion about your opinions on matters that will come before the board.
I believe that all 3 of these individuals will come before the board later
They-
today.
they
Therefore, the
will.
backgrounds
They-
are quite
they-
important. May I please continue?
As soon as I say you can. Now, if you're going to attack people,
I am not
then
attacking
that is,
anyone. I am
will you let
stating
me
the fact.
finish my sentence?
Let's not talk over each other. Let's,
Exactly. Let
respectful
me
of
finish
each
my
other's-
sentence. You're
am-
attacking a presenter.
I can also present links that back up every single thing I am saying, and I can present you with that after this.
Okay, you can make your points without attacking a presenter.
I'm not attacking them.
Proceed.
Stating things that have been cited in publicly reported news articles.
All right,
And I
proceed.
would like this to not
Let's,
come off of my 2 minutes.
let's
please.
not, let's try and do this without using people's names and just talk about presenters. How about that?
Can that apply for everybody? Because board members get attacked every meeting.
Oh, I expect a lot of that to come today.
As a member of the city public.
We're public figures. That's going to happen.
I mean, I think it's a little distasteful to attack members of the public.
Who are
based on-
listed on a public meeting notice and presented as invited experts.
Documents that.
They are publicly reported news and court articles.
Let's,
Give her 2 minutes to get it over.
yeah,
All right, you wait.
okay.
Let me adjust this because you were a minute into this. Okay, go ahead.
Next up is a second presenter who is known by the handle of the pro-Trump meme page he runs, Mad Liberals. He has no professional experience in election analysis, and he was also the very first person to donate to a legal fundraiser for a member of this board. That he is now presenting before the board underscores the conflict that fundraiser represents. Finally, we wrap up this fiasco with a third presenter who, along with his wife, publicly donated $500 to that same fundraiser. He has, over the years, insisted that the state of Israel was involved in 9/11, that Osama bin Laden was innocent, and that a failed treasure hunter could prove the fraudulence of the 2020 election with special light bulbs. And he would now like to be taken seriously before this board. The continued actions of this board are not only a disservice to the voters of Georgia, but an insult to the election workers and the county staff who take their jobs and duties seriously, something that this board seems pathologically incapable of doing. Every month, I feel like I come here and I say that the voters and election officials of this state deserve
Your
better,
time is up.
and it remains the truth.
Discrediting before a person comes and presents is just disgraceful. I have to say, Mr. Chair, when we have people that come up to discredit the presenter before they present, it's quite.
I thought it was on.
It's just quite disgraceful.
The next one.
We missed one. All right.
I stated that I find it quite disgraceful and distasteful to have someone come up and try to discredit a presenter before they present. But this is the action. This is the how it goes in politics. Let me get up here, tell you all the things that you don't know, all the craziest things without any context to discredit presenters prior to them coming and presenting. But welcome to politics, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Right, next up is Andreas Paris.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Andres Parra, and I'm speaking on behalf of Common Cause Georgia, a nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to transparent, ethical, and accountable government. Georgia voters deserve election oversight that operates fully in the open. The state election board was created to protect the public's confidence in how elections are run, and that confidence depends on transparency and strict adherence to state law. Under Georgia's Open Meetings Act, every meeting of an agency where official actions are taken must be open to the public. The law's purpose is explicit: to ensure that the public can observe the decision-making process of government. When actions that appear to represent the board such as letters on official letterhead to federal agencies or policy positions, occur without a public vote, they risk violating both the letter and the spirit of the act. For example, the recent letter sent to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission in support of a proposed documentary proof of citizenship rule was submitted under the name of this board without any recorded vote or public authorization. That kind of action, no matter who initiates it, does not allow for transparent governance and undermines the public's trust. Officials' positions of the board must come from collective, open deliberation, not individual initiative, and how decisions that affect their elections are being made. Georgia's open meetings and ethics law also require board members to avoid conflicts of interest and to act in ways that uphold public trust. Even the appearance of impropriety can weaken confidence in this institution's work. This is not a partisan issue. The people of Georgia expect decisions that affect their right to vote to be made in full public view after open deliberation and with clear disclosure of any potential conflicts. We respectfully urge the board to conduct all official correspondence and votes in public session, adopt clear recusal and disclosure procedures consistent with state ethics laws, and reaffirm your commitment to transparency as the foundation of election integrity. Thank you for your time and for realigning your service to Georgia's voters. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sam Carnline.
Sam Carnline, co-founder of Georgians for Truth, and that's what we all want is truth. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak for a few minutes. I'm from Grady County. Last meeting, we had a lady in here, Maria Gavio.
Gaudio.
Thank you. And she was concerned about long-term, her concerns from the 2020 election not being heard. And I think there's a lot more that's been discovered, and what we want is truth. That's what we want. We want truth. And this particular case right here, we're all familiar with. We want it addressed by this board, by the Secretary of State, by the Attorney General if necessary, and the truth be known about this case. Mr. Chairman, not long ago, I think it was last meeting, through ORR, it was shown that maybe you had, I don't know, maybe made things not come about so they could be covered and smothered. And for that, I'm very disappointed. And if that's the way you're going to run this meeting, we would love to see you resign, sir, in all respect. Thank you.
All right, next up is Field Searcy, and then Elizabeth Hendrickson, and then Kristen Neighbors.
Good morning. I'm Field Searcy from Grady County. Thank you for this time to speak. I've been to this board meetings for the last 3 years now, and full 2 years. And I just want to paint a picture of contrast for you. This board routinely dedicates hours, sometimes entire meetings, to adjudicating minor infractions, small cases, technical violations, the kind that typically end up in dismissals, letters of instruction, or referrals to the Attorney General's office that quietly disappear into bureaucratic oblivion. We've all witnessed it, hours of deliberation over matters that in the grand scheme of election integrity barely register. But then there's SEB 2023-025. This is not a minor case. This case involved hundreds of documented election law violations that affected tens of thousands of votes. These aren't allegations whispered in dark corners. These are confirmed violations, confirmed by investigations from the governor's office, confirmed by the Secretary of State's office, confirmed by members of this very board. Sorry. And why has this happened? Why has this case been smothered and covered like hash browns at Waffle House? Silenced, buried, pushed aside like minor infractions consumed by this board's time and attention. Why? The evidence is irrefutable. Open records requests, transcripts lay it bare. First person testimony confirms it. The obstruction, the delays, the inexplicable inaction in all leads directly to one person. Chairman Fervier, your fingerprints are on every roadblock, every deflection, every moment of bureaucratic stonewalling that has prevented this case from receiving the serious investigation it demands. So I ask why again? And more importantly, who benefits from bearing this case involving hundreds of violations affecting tens of thousands of Georgia voters? The people of Georgia deserve answers. They deserve accountability.
Time has
They
expired.
deserve a board that treats major election integrity violations with the same vigor and frankly more than the technical
Time,
infractions.
time has expired, Mr. Field. I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's time for you to resign. Thank you.
Elizabeth Hendrickson.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson. The first point on the code of conduct for this board is members shall be honest, fair, and avoid any appearance of conflict and/or impropriety. Dr. Johnston has violated this rule repeatedly. Accepting money from a fund set up by someone with a rule proposal currently before the board certainly has the appearance of impropriety. The fund has accepted money from anonymous sources, as the public has no way of determining whether this money came from entities or individuals with business before the board. She should not accept these funds. In September, Dr. Johnston surprised the public and at least some members of the board with several agenda changes of significance, including a proposal to send a letter to the EAC supporting the addition of proof of citizenship as a required component of the voter registration process. Chairman Fervier suggested that she draft a letter and send it to the board for their review. At the last meeting, Dr. Johnston reported that Member Gazal declined to add her name and that Mr. Fervier didn't respond to the email. So she sent the letter with Member Jeffries and Member King as signatories. She specifically stated that it was not on behalf of the board. When asked by Member Gazal if it was in her personal capacity, she said that it was using her personal email address and sent not as an institution. The letter itself begins with, "The Georgia State Election Board endorses the proposal." This board never voted to send the letter, yet Dr. Johnston sent one anyway, as if it had been approved by the board as a whole. Any member could have sent comments as a private individual, but instead these three chose to mislead the EAC and the public about whose views they represented. Dr. Johnston then lied about it to the board. Acceptance of large sums of anonymous money and claims to represent the board in expressing personal opinions violate the code of conduct for this board. These matters should be reported to the appropriate entities for investigation. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, next is Kristen Neighbors.
Good morning, Board. At last month's SCB meeting, there was a discussion of the letter sent to the Election Assistance Commission in support of requiring documentary proof of citizenship on federal voter registration forms. In that meeting, Dr. Johnston mentioned that she had shared a letter with the board, but that Member Gazelle had declined to add her name. Dr. Johnston confirmed that the letter still went to the EAC with her signature and those of members King and Jeffries. She also stated that the letter was not on behalf of the board, but in the personal capacity of those who signed. But actually the letter, which is available online, opens with the statement the Georgia State Election Board endorses the proposal to amend the federal voter registration application by making proof of citizenship a required component of the registration process. And the letter was signed not only with the names of members Johnston, Jeffries, and King, but also with their titles as members and vice chair of the Georgia State Election Board. To me, this reads very much like official correspondence on behalf of the State Election Board. I also believe that to say a letter was sent in someone's personal capacity implies it was sent as a private citizen, not as a letter that opens with the Georgia State Election Board endorses and ends with the inclusions of the signer's official State Election Board titles. I also whether the requirement for open meetings may have been violated since the letter was not discussed or voted on in any public forum. The SCB represents all of Georgia's voters and as such must hold itself to the highest standards of transparency, ethics, and accountability. I would encourage the board to formally review communications and disclosure policies in order to restore public confidence in this body. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Would that apply if me as executive director sent a letter on my own and didn't share it with the rest of the board?
If it's you, James Mills, as a private citizen?
No, as executive director.
I would think you would have to run that by the board.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. I agree totally.
Thanks.
Right, next is Marla Tepper. I'm sorry, did I say that right? You know, I've always heard the sweetest song, somebody's ears is their name, and I hate it when I say somebody's name wrong.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I support the statements made by former speakers about transparency and conflicts. Those in positions in trust must guard not just against conflicts, but against the appearance of impropriety. And here we've seen that Ms. Johnston has breached both. I won't spend time reiterating what has been said here, but I just want to reinforce that the ethical concerns are clear. Donations from individuals with matters before the board threaten impartiality. Anonymous money destroys transparency. Dual roles as defendant and decision maker compromise the integrity of board actions. So I urge this board to act immediately. Going forward, address concerns like this proactively, ensure that every member knows what the conflict of interest laws are, conduct training on those, and have open discussions about issues before they arise. I would suggest that this matter be referred to the Georgia Government Transparency and Campaign Finance Commission for ethics review. We heard this morning that the matter has been settled, but that doesn't moot the concerns that have been discussed today. I'm in another life. I was a prosecutor. I handled cases and reviewed conflicts, interests, and I did that on both sides. I didn't do it just involving Republicans. I looked at what Democrats were doing. I looked at what Republicans were doing. So these matters are important. They are important for all. As others have said, they are important to restore the trust of the public in the work that this board does. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we have, next is, Michael Beach, and then Janet Grant and Victoria Cruz.
Michael Beach, what?
He's passing.
Oh,
Passing.
okay. So Janet Grant.
Yep. My name's Janet Grant, a resident of DeKalb County, where I'm an area poll manager. I'm here to ask that you consider a review process for newly implemented rules to assess their value and unintended consequences, such as Section F of Rule 183 that was passed last year, which implemented a pre-certification meeting for boards of election prior to 3 p.m. on the Friday after the election. I consistently attend the DeKalb Board of Registration and Election meetings, and all of these new pre-cert meetings have been very brief and with no significant issues discussed. What's clear is that some of the issues that were raised when this petition was heard last year are in fact happening. The meeting is scheduled before all the votes are even counted, including provisional and absentee ballots that are open for cure until 4:30 on Friday, as well as military and overseas votes that are accepted through close of business on Friday. Several of our DeKalb board members have commented repeatedly about the waste of time this meeting is, given its timing in the middle of the ongoing canvass and reconciliation activities by staff. Our board members' concerns also include the harm of such a meeting. It deflects staff focus from these important activities to prepare for and execute a board meeting, which has little to no value and potentially feeds into baseless concerns about numbers that have yet to be fully reconciled. Senate Bill 202 already shaved 4 days off the time for this research prior to certification, and now we're asking election staff to literally work around the clock to prepare. You have seen other counties bringing forward concerns by asking for waivers from these pre-cert meetings. We all agree that a robust canvass process and reconciliation is required prior to certification. Let's allow election staff to complete this unimpeded. This rule, along with all newly implemented rules, deserves a post-implementation evaluation by this board for process improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Victoria Cruz.
Good morning, board. I'm Victoria Cruz. This one better? from Oconee County, a private citizen. The state election board duties are specified by law, the gist of which are supposed to ensure that election laws and rules are faithfully adhered to. The chairman is supposed to be nonpartisan and appointed by joint resolution of the General Assembly. The chairman's appointment by Governor Kemp is suspicious for not following the process outlined in the law. Chairman Fervier, you have shown that you are anything but impartial by the company you keep at the Carter Center State of Election Integrity Forum in Georgia in July 2025, where no election integrity experts were included. It was basically an echo chamber. The unnecessary votes you make, not to break ties, but to blatantly align with the lone Democrat board member just because. The partisan dark money NGO you invited to our rulemaking process, United to Protect Democracy, which proposed a rule to hamper the legal right for citizen challenges to ineligible voter registrations in July 2024. The common sense election integrity, accuracy, and transparency measures you regularly and openly oppose. Your regular ex parte reliance on guidance from the Secretary of State, contrary to the spirit of Georgia law requiring the SCB to be wholly independent of the Secretary of State. Your apparent actions to continue the cover-up of SCB 2023-25. Started by your predecessors. Your participation in the creation of the bogus Fulton County 2024 election monitoring team without the input of the rest of the board. For these and other reasons, I respectfully ask for your resignation as chairman of the board in a timely manner that will allow the legal appointment of your
Time has
successor to occur.
expired.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. All right, next up is Stephen Alshire. And then Sandra Burchard after. Burkhart.
And is this the right microphone?
You know, they both look green, so I think both of them are working.
Stephen Alshire, Coney County. The following is an opinion, not a statement to impugn or threaten anyone. Recent revelations suggest current and former board members acted to block or oversight or inspection of Fulton County 2020 ballots. Ed Martin, Associate Deputy Attorney General in the DOJ Civil Rights Division, states he believes that the ballots have already been destroyed. He expressed doubt about the existence of roughly 148,000 absentee ballots. These ballots have been under court preservation order since 2021, stemming from lawsuits over alleged irregularities. Martin's suspicions echo earlier reports claiming that about 150,000 ballots were missing or destroyed. It appears inadequate oversight by the state election board members may have enabled a broader conspiracy within state government. If a Georgia official intentionally blocked oversight, failed to preserve ballots, or enabled their destruction, prosecutors might pursue felony charges including violation of oath or misconduct, destruction of public records, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, criminal conspiracy if others, including constitutional officers, were involved. The DOJ could also pursue federal charges if the acts deprive citizens of voting rights, involved mail fraud, or obstructed a federal investigation. In summary, a Georgia official, including potential members of the SCB, if they enabled or allowed by passive inaction such acts, could face charges for abuse of office, destruction of public records, and possibly evidence tampering. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sandra Burkhart.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I come to these meetings a lot. My purpose is to pray, and I believe it is a privilege to be able to share truth and look for justice. I am tired of my vote not counting. I'm tired of using machines that are rigged, and I'd like to do everything I can to alert others to the fact that this really shouldn't be a place to assault other people's character, especially when they volunteer to be on the board. So I come to pray, and I'm grateful for the privilege. And I pray that the members of the board will stand for truth and justice. And I think it's really sad when people come with a prepared thing to attack and try to destroy the board. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll continue to come and pray for truth and justice. I hope that's everyone's desire.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. Next up is Richard Schrader.
Schroeder.
Schroeder, I'm sorry. And then I think Conrad is up after that.
Dr.
And it's
Conrad.
Hayashi.
Thank you, Board. Richard Schroeder from Hall County. First off, Dr. Jan shouldn't be worried about legal bills. We have a state attorney general that has deflected his duties ever since he got in. Through the vote, give him 147 videos and cell phone tracking evidence of voter dumping. They called it 2,000 mules, and he hasn't prosecuted anybody. He should be protecting our board. All of you. You should be concerned about this dereliction of duty. Now, getting back, last month, I did a training session on our rules. And we've come to find out that there's an election management system that can do anything with our votes, the Dominion Election Management System. So it has to be password protected. And we went over that last month. But for the ones that weren't here, it has to be password protected at all times. It's in the Green Book. Unfortunately, that's the password. And this is a shirt I wore over a year ago. I just went into I had to give up my post as a poll worker because I can't do it by the book. I want to serve my country. I want to vote fair. So I went to the precinct that I work at after the election to see how they closed. Lo and behold, they didn't even count the ballots nor the votes, as has been the process since we got the Dominion machines, which makes our elections totally illegal. Oof. They sealed the ballots and they certified the election without looking at our ballots. And you did, the Hall County, 300 votes were off, and they certified the election. You case dismissed. I remember that. And I remember the verbiage was, I find this very troubling because it's a law that they have to certify.
Your time has expired. I'm sorry. I have to be the mean guy.
Got more to say. Speak what?
Thank you. Mr. Conrad Hayashi.
That's a hard act to follow. Boy. I don't know who your agent is. Hi, I'm Dr. Conrad Hayashi, and privileged to speak to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and staff. So following basic precepts of epidemiology and decision-making, it makes sense to assure that decisions are, whenever possible, made based on data. And I have to admit that the Heritage Foundation's database on elections is imperfect, somewhat incomplete, but it's by and large analysis done by the Hill, Heritage, as well as other organizations, found that mail voting fraud accounts for about 0.000043% of ballots cast, about 4 ballots out of every 10 million. So that's not a large number, I think you'll agree. So I have not seen any evidence that no excuse mail-in ballots have any higher risk than excused ballots, and thus data would support continuing and actually encouraging a no excuse mail-in ballots. It is more likely probably to be struck by lightning here in Georgia than to commit mail voting fraud. If I'm prescribing as a physician antibiotics, I want to prescribe something that's going to be useful, not to address something that's a 1 in a million case of drug resistance, unless I have to, based on the data. The data would support continuing to have regular as well as no excuse absentee ballots and encouraging that. There's also, based on analysis, very significant cost savings, in part because of diminished costs by polling locations closing, the number of poll workers needed, and if I may have 15 seconds, lowered equipment costs and decreasing the need for provisional ballots. In Colorado, that was about a 40% decrease. So I would encourage you to relook at this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Cindy Battles is next, and then Lauren Collins and Rachel Glover.
Good morning, Board. My name is Cindy Battles. I am the Policy and Engagement Director for the People's Agenda. I have several things, and I will do my best to keep that within 2 minutes. I'm going to skip the part about the EAC letter because I feel like that has been well covered, although I do hope action is taken. The other thing that I would like to bring up is how it has become a habit of this board to add agenda items, very substantial items, I might add, after public comment has been closed. If that's not a violation of the Open Meetings Act, it certainly appears to violate the spirit of, especially when some of these look like several board members have been made aware of the issues and others have not. The other thing I want to talk about is the fundraiser that has been brought up. OCGA 45-10-6 states that each member of all boards, commissions, and authorities created by the general statute shall, quote, never solicit, accept, or agree to accept gifts, loans, gratuities, discounts, favors, hospitality, or services from any person, association, or corporation under circumstances from which it could reasonably be inferred that a major purpose of the donor is to influence the performance of the member's official duties. We have seen already a petitioner who came before this board who has made donations to this legal fund. One of the presenters today made a donation to the legal fund, and a number of anonymous donations have been made. And we have no idea of knowing if any of those are county election officials or people who might be bringing things before this board. So I think the state election board at one point used to be a very boring meeting where we talked a lot about election administration rules and regulations. People trusted that you were acting in a nonpartisan fashion with all deference and hope for the voters. And I am not saying in any way that you are not currently doing that. What I am saying is that some of the things that are happening at these board meetings give the appearance that
Time
it's
is
not
up.
or so. Thank you.
Let's see, next is Lauren Collins.
Let's
Lauren Collins.
not attack each other, please.
Good morning. When I saw today's agenda, I wanted to talk about a book, Lauren Collins. Yes. When I saw today's agenda, I wanted to talk about a book, and that book is 2002's Our Nation Betrayed, written by today's third presenter. This book advances endless conspiracy theories. In here, the presenter talks up chemtrails and satanic sex slave operations in Nebraska and how U.S. citizens are not legally obligated to pay income taxes. One of the first people he credits in his acknowledgments is an infamous Holocaust denier. He argues that James Earl Ray didn't kill Dr. King, that Sirhan didn't kill Robert Kennedy, and that Osama bin Laden wasn't actually responsible for the 9/11 attacks. This book is the print version of Alex Jones's InfoWars. 2 minutes isn't enough to cover everything in here, so I'll focus on one example. In his section on 9/11, the third presenter writes, quote, Israelis strongly influence our national news media. A publication entitled Who Rules America by National Vanguard Books explains some remarkable ownership details of major media conglomerates. He then quotes 2 full pages of names of media figures, Michael Eisner, Steven Spielberg, who he emphasizes are all, quote, of Jewish descent. He writes, quote, Jewish Americans have a high degree of control over American public opinion. The third presenter says he took this list of Jews from Who Rules America by National Vanguard Books. That is the publishing arm of a neo-Nazi organization. Who Rules America is a vile racist screed. 2 full pages of this book is just him, the third presenter, sharing a list of Jews in the media that he copied from a neo-Nazi publication. And later today, he has the floor here for a special presentation. I encourage you to keep this book in mind when assessing the third presenter's credibility, both today and in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Glad that's over with.
Oh, no, we have one other.
Yes, we do. We have one other coming. Rachel Glover and then Karen Davenport afterward. And you know, in all fairness to all of us, including myself, I think any of us could take out of context something that any of us have said at any point in our life and misrepresent the other. And it's been my life experience that if you stay focused on the subject matter at hand, that's what we have to stay focused on. But people try to create smoke screens about what's not really being discussed. And we'll do better if we just stay focused on the matter at hand and not trying to reduce somebody's credibility to zero. I think every single human being in here, myself front of the line, can do better. So let's focus on the subject and not the person. Okay.
Words do matter, though. Thank you. Good morning, State Election Board members. My name is Rachel Glover, Associate Director of the ACLU of Georgia's Voter Access Project. For more than 60 years, the ACLU of Georgia has worked to ensure voting is easy and accessible for all Georgians. We have concerns about transparency, accountability, and ethical governance of our state elections by this board. I want to begin by addressing a troubling pattern that has undermined public trust in the board and a consistent practice of adding major agenda items at the very start of the meetings without prior public notice. Just last meeting, for example, a board member introduced at the last minute an item to send a recommendation letter to the General Assembly opposing no excuse absentee voting. That letter had already been drafted and the topic was briefly brought up at the previous meeting. This was clearly not a spontaneous idea. By withholding it from the published agenda, the public was deprived of the opportunity to review or prepare comment, a direct affront to transparency and the principles of open government. This pattern connects to broader ethical concerns that continue to erode confidence in the state election board. On September 8th, Georgia GOP first Vice Chair Sally Grubbs launched a fundraising campaign to support board member Janice Johnson's legal defense, raising over $30,000, including anonymous and potentially regulated contributions. Then, at the September and October meetings, Ms. Grubbs proposed rules affecting election policy while the fundraiser was still active, and Ms. Johnson did not recuse herself. Flyers promoting that fundraiser were even distributed outside the meeting room. Equally concerning, a letter to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission was sent by a board member without public discussion or board approval. While claiming it was sent from a personal account, the letter falsely claimed to represent the position of the Georgia State Election Board. Such unilateral actions and undisclosed conflicts of interest violate the spirit and perhaps the letter of state ethics law, specifically OCGA 45-10-6. Georgia voters deserve a better board that models transparency and ethical leadership. I urge the board to adopt clear policies requiring advance public notice of all agenda items, mandatory refusals where conflicts exist, and formal review of all communications issued in the board's name. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just want to be clear that Member Johnston abstained from voting on that matter?
On which matter?
With Sally Grubbs, the petition.
She did abstain, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
She did not vote on that matter.
Yep.
All right. Karen Davenport.
Good morning, State Election Board. My name is Karen Davenport. I'm a resident of DeKalb County. The Georgia State Election Board carries a solemn responsibility to safeguard the integrity of our elections, to ensure that every vote is counted fairly, and to uphold the trust that citizens place in our democratic process. This board is charged with enforcing election laws, investigating irregularities, and maintaining the transparency that is essential to public confidence. Voting is not just a right, it is the foundation of our democracy. When Georgians step into the ballot box, they are exercising the power that generations fought to secure. It is our duty to protect the power by ensuring impartiality and fairness in every decision this board makes. That is why recusals matter. When conflicts of interest arise, even the appearance of bias can erode public trust. In particular, Member Johnson must recuse herself from any matter brought to this board by Sally Grubbs, given Sally's active role in raising funds for Janice Johnson's legal defense. To vote on such matters would compromise the integrity of this board's decision and cast doubts on the fairness of our proceedings. Our democracy depends not only on the act of voting, but on the assurance that those who oversee elections do so with impartiality, transparency, and respect for the public trust. Let us hold ourselves to the highest standard so that every Georgian can believe in the fairness of their elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
That does it for us.
I think that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. The chair would entertain a motion for a 5-minute comfort break at this time.
So moved.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. We are in recess for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, please. Presentation by Ken Wright, and then we will have a follow-up if necessary. Which one's Mr. Wright? And Mr.
Swanson.
Mr. Swanson, okay. 10 minutes. Our executive director will keep account and let you know when you're down to your last minute or so. All right?
All right.
Please proceed. And if the board has any questions, I'll turn on your mic at that time. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave them off for right now. All right.
All right. I'm Mark Swanson from Floyd County, and this is my friend Ken Wright. And we just want to present some findings on a case that he originally submitted, but it also ties into a case that the Secretary of State investigated on the same subject matter some time ago. And that's the reason why I'm assisting in this presentation. He submitted. Yeah, that I submitted. The first thing that's important is in our state constitution in Article 2, Section 1, Paragraph 1, it says elections by the people shall be by secret ballot and shall be conducted in accordance with procedures provided by law. I think that's the foundation for everything that we talk about with elections, that if they're not in accordance with procedures provided by law, then that goes against our constitutional rights. So how did we get here? Just a quick summary. Ken Wright submitted a complaint back in July of last year. The case was investigated and a case was completed on 8/21, and it was presented to the State Election Board for adjudication on 9/23. On 9/5, 8/21 was a letter to Ken from the State Election Board saying that his case was going to be presented on 9/23/25. On 9/5, Ken received a phone call changing the date to 9/24/25. On 9/10, the investigator completes the State Election Board complaint 2024-123. On 9/16, the SEB posts the meeting agenda with Ken's complaint on 9/23 rather than on 9/24, by which he was called and told it was going to be adjudicated. On 9/24, we arrived at the meeting, as the phone call indicated, only to discover the case was actually went through the State Election Board the day prior and was dismissed without discussion on 9/23. And on 10/22, due to all the confusion and the issues surrounding the case, we requested the State Election Board reopen Ken's case 2024-123. And on 10/23, the SEB sends a letter to Ken saying his case will be presented today, and which brings us here. And so Ken wants to talk about his complaint.
So this case, SEB 2024-123, this was a case against an acting city commissioner and a DNC delegate, Miss Wendy Davis, who served as deputy registrar in Floyd County as a poll officer during the 2021 runoff election. So OCGA 21-292 specifically states no person who is otherwise holding public office other than political party office shall be eligible to be appointed or serve as a poll officer. Okay. Along with that, we submitted the signed oath, which I don't believe you received, but we have the signed oath for deputy registrar submitted by Wendy Davis. That was part of the evidence as well. And in my complaint to your office, actually what I submitted was numerous complaints. So there was a couple of things that were in that complaint. One was that she served as a poll officer while serving as a city commissioner and as a DNC delegate. Also, there was comments about Wendy Davis and another associate, Charles Love, who actually is a convicted felon, an elected official who served federal time for FBI sting Operation Tennessee Waltz. But they actually retrieved ballots from drop boxes during 2020 and 2021 elections as well. And that will come up. And Wendy Davis and Charles Love also stole political signs. The concern is when this case was brought to you, only one of those charges was listed, and that was serving as deputy registrar, a poll officer, while serving as an elected official. So this goes to my first original complaint that I had three separate issues. However, only one issue was investigated. The second was there were only one code citation when there were 4 that were applicable. And the summary of investigation report failed to note that the complainant provided a signed copy of the oath of deputy registrar. So I provided a signed copy of the oath of registrar as evidence, and your summary of investigation report does not reflect that. And just so you know, I've got a packet of everything, and it will include that in there. So I'm going to give you each a packet of this, and it'll include all the evidence and exhibits that we're going to reference. So it also, the summary of investigation recommended to dismiss because the respondent was not paid. However, in OCGA 21-2-213, it says that deputy registrar shall serve without compensation. So to say that she wasn't deputy registrar or poll officer because she didn't get paid, that's kind of ludicrous because the law says that they shall serve without compensation. Okay, and then it failed to report that the oath was signed by the respondent. So even when it referenced an oath, it said that there was an oath with Wendy Davis's name on it. It didn't say that she signed it or she signed it. Okay. Okay, so here we get into something that's pretty interesting. So the signed oath was actually on 12/10. December the 10th is when she signed the oath of office for deputy registrar. However, Wendy Davis was on a Dropbox pickup team that was not designated until 12/16/20 by email. Okay. It even gets further interesting because we have records in here. Wendy Davis actually retrieved ballots from Dropboxes on 12/10, December the 10th. Early Dropboxes weren't available. Advanced voting didn't begin until 12/14/20. And that was from the Secretary of State's office. So she reported that she pulled ballots out of a Dropbox on 12/10 when the voting didn't begin until 12/14. Okay. Yes, the investigation theorized that the oath of deputy registrar was signed to Wendy being a poll watcher. However, the poll watcher assignment was not made until 12/24/20 by email, and we've got that email. So to say that she signed the oath to become a poll watcher on 12/24. She signed the oath on 12/10. So that doesn't add up as well. Okay. So the investigator that investigated the claim talked with our current Floyd County Election Board Chair, Jerry Lee, and the supervisor, Aiken Beck. However, neither one of those people were in office during the January 5th, 2021 runoff. And it doesn't appear, there's nothing in here that references that the investigator contacted the board chair and the supervisor who were in office at the time. And I might add, the response that they got from the supervisor was all she had to do, she just looked back at payroll records and said, I don't have a payroll record for Wendy Davis during that time. And so they dismissed it. And once again, you don't get paid as a deputy registrar, so there wouldn't have been a payroll record. Okay. We've got another exhibit in here. Back up. We've got another exhibit up here, and this was the ballot drop pickup teams that had 11 names on it, and it contains an email to the ballot drop pickup team. However, the investigator never contacted any of those people for witness statements as well. Okay.
And there were 11 of those.
Yeah, 11 of them. Okay, and then this is the actual signed oath of Wendy Davis, and like I said, that's provided in here, and you'll notice the date signed is 12/10, so December 10th. Okay, and then here you see on 12/10 is the date. This is a Dropbox ballot transfer form on December the 10th. Wendy Davis. So these are two different ones. The one on the right, you can see the signatures of Wendy Davis, where she picked up 106 absentee ballots and from the Dropbox ballot transfer form on 12/10. Okay.
This is an email from the chair of the election board, Melanie Conrad. It includes Wendy Davis. It's dated December the 15th, 5 days after the oath was signed. And it's restating the state election board emergency rule that's listed there. And the first item there says for a federal runoff, drop boxes may be open beginning first day of advance voting, which the Secretary of State has on the calendar there. The very bottom line says December 14th is the first day of advance voting. So we had ballots picked up and an oath signed before advance voting ever occurred.
4 days prior.
4 days prior. And again, none of this was ever highlighted or discussed in any of the reports that were provided.
None of that's in the investigation. So
And this email is actually from Wendy Davis, dated December the 16th, and it's part of that chain that you just saw. And this email is highlighting how the teams for ballot drop box pickups would be handled. And Wendy's acknowledging on the 16th that the Floyd Democrats are happy to participate in the plan that you put forward. So the drop box pickup teams weren't really engaged here until December the 16th, but yet on December the 10th, 4 days prior to advance voting, we have ballots picked up. All right, so the report of investigation on Ken's case references, as you read in the Secretary of State's report, it references a case on Wendy Davis that I submitted back in 2020, case number 2020-222. And the original complaint for the state election board included that reference, as I just mentioned. And also by reference to address the original complaint for Ken's complaint, he had submitted a case where Wendy Davis was a part of handing out business cards with a phone number that went to the Democratic Party, and those cards were handed to people in line to vote, which is against the law. But his complaint, the investigators never even addressed that at all in his reports. So it was one of the three that were missing from that report for his case. And since it was referenced in there and it was a part of his complaint, that's how I'm going to speak just for a moment about this. And our point here is really to highlight the inconsistencies and ineffectiveness that we see in the investigative process, which happens before you guys ever get the reports. And our concern is that you're not made aware of all the facts of a case when you're making a decision to dismiss a case. And that's one reason why we wanted to bring this forward, and we have some recommendations. So my complaint was dated 11/11/2020. The report was completed on 8/23 by the investigator. Took 287 days to investigate. In that complaint, we stated that Wendy Davis was handing out business cards to voters at polls and also to poll watchers to hand out to people in line that went to the Democratic Party voter protection hotline in violation of OCGA that you see there. I can play a recording, but in the interest of time, I'm not. I called that number, and it does, in fact, say it's the Georgia Democratic Party voter protection hotline. And I have the recording with me. The investigator, despite all of that, cited no violations. And here's probably the most interesting part. So I looked for my case in the state election board minutes for 2021, because that's when the report was created. In 2022, thinking maybe it just took a little while, and this case was not noted anywhere in the transcripts for the state election board meetings for 21 and 22. I was also never personally notified of the disposition of the case. In fact, I thought they had thrown away the case, and it wasn't until I got the open records on his case from the state election board that referenced my case that I even knew there was a case out there. So some criticisms we had: the report of investigation from the Secretary of State references the original complaint in Exhibit 1 of the report. However, in the open records response, no complaint was found in the responsive record. So in other words, I made a complaint. It's not in anywhere in the Secretary of State's case file. The report of investigation does not include a copy of the business card and handwritten note provided to the investigator. So I gave a copy of the card, and there was a handwritten note that went with it. And that was also missing out of the report of investigation, which is a critical failure. The ROI has a witness list with no witnesses listed. However, the election board and supervisor at the time of the election were apparently not contacted. The report of investigation includes a witness list, but the person who wrote the handwritten note was never contacted. The ROI notes that all poll officers provided statements to the effect that Wendy was not observed. However, there were only 10 statements in the file, and at that time there were 26 poll managers. So we don't have statements on 16 of the 26 poll managers, which apparently is a critical failure.
Point 6, investigator notes in the ROI that he spoke with legal counsel of the election board who indicated they had performed a preliminary investigation. However, no copy of that preliminary investigation was in the Secretary of State's investigative file. The report of investigation also notes that there was an extensive Facebook discussion, which I also gave screenshots of the entire Facebook discussion to the investigator. But in the responsive documents I got from the Secretary of State, not a single screenshot was made a part of that file. The investigator was to collect a statement from the respondent according to the notes in the ROI. In fact, the investigator emailed Wendy for a statement. She indicated she was going to make one. However, there was no statement by the respondent in the file. The complaint never received any never received any correspondence on the case outcome by the Secretary of State or by the State Election Board. I was never made aware that the case was ever adjudicated. In fact, I didn't discover it until we got the open records case from the Secretary of State. That's when I discovered that that was out there, but there's no evidence it was ever adjudicated by the State Election Board. I never received any correspondence from the State Election Board, and there was no evidence in the State Election Board minutes from 21 or 22 for my case. Here's a copy of the handwritten note on the screen. It shows the person who was making this note. His name is Eric McDowell. And he provided Wendy Davis's phone number because that's where he apparently got the business card that you see at the very bottom of the screen. And again, that number goes directly to the Democrat Party of Georgia's voter protection hotline, but yet on the picture here, it doesn't even mention the word Democrat. So conclusions and recommendations. Do you want to go through these?
Yeah, so let me start. So one was as to being an elected official and a poll officer. It appears that Wendy Davis is in violation of that. And I know actually I had a phone call with you, Dr. Jan. You know, we talked for probably an hour. You were gracious enough to listen to me for quite a while. And we had, at the time we were discussing 21-292, trying to say, is a deputy registrar a poll officer? And we referred to I guess the Attorney General to get a clarification on that. However, what I didn't realize was actually, if you go on down in the law, you don't have to, there is no ambiguity in the interpretation, because if you go to 21-214, it says a deputy registrar, member of a county board or a municipal board or a joint county municipal board shall be vacated upon such officers qualifying for nomination of officer. And then it says, it also states the position of deputy registrar must be vacated if such officer holds office in a political party or serves as a presidential elector. So clearly it is viewed as an officer. It also says, OCGA 21-214, that no deputy registrar, while conducting the duties of that office, again, shall engage in political activity on behalf of a candidate, political party, handing out the cards for the Democrat Party, or body in question, including but not limited to distribution of campaign literature, engaging in communication that advocates or criticizes a particular candidate, office, political party, or body, and those cards do that. So on both those issues, it appears that she is in violation.
Thank you.
We got just a hair more, I promise.
How much is a hair?
2 minutes.
You've already exceeded your 10 minutes by a minute. So you're 11.
Well, there's some important conclusions that we need to get to about the investigative process, because that's what we've really discovered here is there's an issue and flaw with the investigative process.
I would appreciate that coming to us in an email so all the board could have that and consider that. And if you would pass out that information to the board right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what we did, we provided a packet. So each of you, I think I got 7 of them here. There's 7 of those, and that includes everything and all the evidence and all. And there was one more thing that Dr. Jane and I discussed, and I don't know if you want to go over that today.
Well, what I would appreciate is if you have recommendations for the board for the investigative process, that you would send those to us so we could have them documented.
That's what's being handed out.
Then that would be great, and that way the board can have a chance to take a look at it. Yep.
We do think it's an important matter of public concern, is why we wanted to bring it before not only this committee, but before the public, to let the public aware that there's some investigative issues that we've uncovered between the Secretary of State's office and the State Election Board. And that's why we feel it's important to share that with the public.
Then you are welcome to speak at the next public comment. I mean, I've got to stick to our time limits here with individuals. And so, I mean, we're happy to have you back to speak at a public comment section and talk about that, but we need to keep things rolling here. And hope we'll pass that out to the board and the board can consider that. So the purpose of this thing today is to give you a chance to speak, which we've done. And let's consider the comments that you've made. It wasn't scheduled for the board to take any action on this at this time, to listen to your side of the story.
Okay.
Now, and we appreciate that. Ms. Davis is here too and wants an opportunity to respond.
Okay.
Ms. Davis?
Where's Ms.
Davis? Yes.
The top 3 pages, we also had the discussion. I had a discussion with Dr. Jan on replacing the election system, and she was interested in this, said I need to present it to the board sometime. So I didn't present it, but the top 3 pages, that's what that is.
This looks like some fun reading.
It will be fun reading, but it allows voters to actually confirm how their vote was recorded after they cast it, which no system does that.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you for allowing us to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Thank you. My name is Wendy Davis from Rome, Georgia. I appreciate the chairman allowing me to speak. I briefly spoke to him on the way back from the break to tell him how offended I was that a case that had been dismissed was, you were going to allow the people to come here and make comments about me, and no one alerted me that they were trying to reopen my case officially from your office. So I'm offended by that. I'm offended that you let them take more than 10 minutes to not only bring up the case that was dismissed last month, but to bring up a spurious case from 2 years ago where I was accused of electioneering when I was serving as a poll watcher, managing poll watchers. I was officially designated. All the elections officials at every level, every deadline, my name was on it, either from the local party or the state party. The system is set up for poll watchers to represent the parties. That's what I have done. I have done it within the letter of the law every time. And in 2020 and 2021, every action I took watching an election board, helping with we had never had drop boxes all over the county, helping our board of 3 election members collect those ballots. We did so in the manner that they asked us to do and to help. And the forms I signed were forms that the elections office, either the director or a board member, asked me to sign. I was not deputized as a registrar to go register people. That didn't happen. And the fact that you allowed people to come in outside of the context, I don't care who told them what day the hearing was going to be. It was on the agenda that the hearing was the first day of your meetings last month. You should operate within your regulations, within your rules. Yes, I was a city commissioner in 2020 and 2021, but there is nothing about my activities as a poll watcher that violated any law. And guess what? The investigators confirmed that with their investigations. You are allowed to tell people, if you don't know, if you're not sure why you're being turned away, you can call this phone number. It's not electioneering. I didn't say, are you a Democrat? Go call this phone number. We were trying to help people make sure they were voting per the rules and regulations and that they weren't being turned away and that they knew where they were going to, which is what calling that phone number would help them do. That process was done by outside poll watchers all across the state. It wasn't a violation. I don't know why these gentlemen would like to continue to impugn my reputation, but I have behaved ethically and legally for years, helping our elections be done fairly and give people confidence that they're done fairly. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak today.
Impugning reputation seems to be the course for the day today. Ms. Davis, thank you for your comments. This board, I was asked to allow them to speak because of a miscommunication that happened at the last meeting. And people get a little confused about dismissals. When we have a case load that comes before this board, the board receives those cases far in advance of the meeting and are able to look through those cases and make a determination whether they belong in the dismissal column or we need to bring them up for discussion or otherwise. And so it's not like we get those on the last day. We've had an opportunity to all look at those cases and ask whatever questions we want beforehand and ask questions during the meeting itself. When a claimant or a complainant and of course respondent is there, then this board has the opportunity to ask them ask questions of them. This gentleman wasn't at the last meeting for, like I said, miscommunication, so I felt it fair to allow him to respond at his request. And we've done that before. That is something we've done before, and it's out of fairness, I think.
Well, for future reference, I think fairness would include telling the other person involved with the case that it was.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry, I've been in communications with Fulton County about it.
Fulton County.
I'm sorry, Floyd County. It's a long night. With Floyd County about it prior to this meeting, and told them exactly what was going on. So like I said, the intention is not to reopen that case today. The intention was simply to allow the complainants an opportunity to speak, and then the board can decide what they want to do with that at that point. But the case stands as dismissed at this point.
So 2024-123 has been dismissed, and that's a true statement?
That's the way it stands at this point, yes.
And case 2020-222 that was randomly referenced today?
I don't know the outcome of that case right before me, so I don't know if we've heard it.
Previously, it was dismissed.
It was dismissed.
Correspondence that I received.
Yeah, I can't confirm it tonight because I don't recall the what occurred with that case. So we hear quite a few of them, as you know.
Yes, sir.
So, but if it was dismissed before, it remains dismissed also. So.
Well, I would love for Mr. Mills or someone from the staff to clarify that for myself and for Mr. Swanson and Mr. Wright.
Yeah, and then the cases are investigated by the Secretary of State at this point, and there's a massive file with a lot of information on it, and this board doesn't receive that entire file unless we ask for it or portions of it in particular. And so we receive whatever documentations we feel is necessary for us to make the proper decision. So.
Right, and I appreciate that it was investigated, and the recommendation was to dismiss from an investigator who investigated it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is old business and the presentations. Is there a time limit that we were setting on these board members? Well,
we haven't done it in the past.
Well, yeah, we have.
Whatever time we did in the past. Yeah, we've always limited presentation.
Yeah.
Whatever you did in the past.
Right. Yeah. All right. The first presenter is cybersecurity Clay Parikh. I'm sorry if I might have missed that. Hang on one second, please. All right. Yes, Member Gazal.
I just want to pose a quick question because I believe this is Mr. Parikh's third time before the board. Are you planning on submitting additional information, or is this going to be based on the previous presentations that you provided?
This is going to be based on new information.
Is it new from the DeKalb County case from last year? Is there additional information after that?
This is more related to SB 189 and the current certification of the Georgia System 5.5 Alpha.
How does that differ from your presentation in DeKalb County to the court? Your witness statements?
Basically going to point out the publicly available test plan and report, reference some Georgia law, which the Secretary of State's office seemed to violate it, and then present vulnerabilities based on that system and the improper certification testing.
So it's very similar to your testimony in DeKalb County.
My testimony in DeKalb County was to show a very well-known exploit among multiple exploits of that system and how the system is not and does not meet the current certification standards.
When was the last time that you testified before this board?
It's been last year, I think it was. It's been several months, hasn't it? Yeah.
I know your face. I just can't recall the last time that you came before this board. So,
well, graciously, I will take the Georgia State Election Board. At least you meet regularly and you do listen to the public, unlike my Alabama State Election Board, which hasn't met in 2 years. And so I do appreciate that. And at least Georgians want to know the facts and evidence. And that's one thing.
You have no idea how much I enjoy listening to the public.
Speak to.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. All right.
The reason for this presentation stems from two meetings ago when I had requested some opportunity for presentation regarding SB 189. And in particular, the section that deals with the removal of the QR codes from the ballots in elections as of July 1st, 2026. So that was what I proposed as special presentation. We did not have enough time for the October meeting to ask presenters. As far as I know, I asked Mr. Parikh and Mr. Davis and Ms. King asked Mr. Favorito to present. And we just would like some information and their expert opinion about the use of the current voting system and how it may or may not be able to deal with the ballots without QR codes for the 2026 post July 1st elections. And the issues that have since maybe come to light about the voting system that we're using and what the legislature will have to do to deal with this issue. It's not the state election board's authority to decide on the voting system, but I think any information that they may have, and I hope some of them are watching or will watch these presentations for them to gather more information, for them to make the just and wise decisions of how we vote after July 1st, 2026, which I hope will be with hand-marked paper ballots. So rather than cross-examine these people before they present, why don't we let them present? And then we can ask questions afterwards.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and that certainly narrows the focus quite a bit. If we can stay within that focus that Dr. Jan has given us. So 10 minutes starting now, please. I'm sorry.
I would like, can you present your professional qualification and just kind of list that off for those who don't know?
I have a Master's of Science in Cybersecurity based on a computer science track, which is my undergrad degree, which is in systems major, so CPU design and everything like that. I've held all the top certifications in the cybersecurity realm. I held the CISSP, the Certified Information Systems Professional, for over 17 years in constant good standing. Then I had the Certified Ethical Hacker, which was a job requirement for over 12 or over 15 years. And I was a Certified Hacking Forensic Investigator for over 12 years. And I've done those things for over 2 decades. I've conducted forensic investigations for the federal government. A lot of that is classified and can't be spoken about. And so, again, the most important thing that allows me this is I have worked 9-year time span in several of the voting system test labs and have recently increased the number of vendors that I have examined and to the latest requirements of the voting system guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll begin now.
All right. So I'm just real quick. I have 6 questions for Georgians. And I think as the state election board, you should be able to answer them. And then I'll quickly go over some of the things and highlight from the test plan and test report. What Dominion voting system versions do you use in Georgia is my first question. Did the Secretary of State certify the system? And I only ask that because that's what, when the HAWA Act was created, the Secretary of State at the time submitted in the plan according to Georgia statute, right? The EAC lists 5.5 alpha for use in every county in Georgia. And I'm only stating that because the Secretary of State's website does not state that the systems used are the certification. And it's a sad day when Secretaries of States like in Arizona have that publicly available for their residents to view. And I also ask that because if you do not know, DVS 5.5 alpha was specific version modified for the state of Pennsylvania, technically making it a state certification, even though it does have a federal certification listing with the EAC, right? Did you know that the base version for DVS 5.5 alpha is DVS 5.5, which certification testing performed those differently, right? There were two different labs that performed those certifications. If you know anything about testing of systems, which I have quite extensive experience in, that should never happen, right? And my last question, how many vulnerabilities are there with DVS 5.5 alpha? Oh, just messed this up. So I'll put this in presentation mode. All right. So the first thing that I want to point out, and these highlights are from what came off the EAC's official site. These highlights here, I only underlined in red. So what I want us to put up, I put a definition up at the top so you know what VVPAT stands for, Voter Verified Paper Audit Trail. Notice it says differences between file versions are related to VPAT printer component, which is not included in D Suite 5.5 alpha. So the state of Pennsylvania wanted to take away auditability. There is no verified audit paper trail. So Georgia, I guess like Pennsylvania, does not care about having an auditable system. Next, as somebody who's conducted source code reviews for little agencies like the Missile Defense Agency, I just want to state that in the test plan submitted by SLI, they allowed 1 day for source code review, and I highlighted that in red. Next, you'll see that it mentions during the security penetration test performed pursuant to state of Pennsylvania. Now, as somebody who has done penetration tests and simulated threat, again, for the federal government, I want to state that they say Dominion made modifications to the documentation of D Suite 5.5 alpha to bring the system into compliance. Updating documentation does not take care of findings that are found during a red team pen test. So that's highly questionable. Now we're on to the test reports, right? And again, this was not stuff I highlighted. This was already done. It's to make modifications of D Suite 5.5 voting system as required by Pennsylvania state law. Again, the 5.5 version was modified specifically for the state of Pennsylvania. And why is Mr. Parikh continually going over that? Because of what your Secretary of State said the cost would be, and I believe it was almost nearly 2 years ago, right? And the modification and the time needed. Obviously, Dominion can operate on a much faster scale, right? Now, here are the changes that were listed. I just listed a number. There were 5 changes to the ICX were listed on this modification test report, right? I didn't want to brief those because some of them were sort of technical, but fairly done. All right. So further on in the test report done by SLI, source code was reviewed for each modified software and firmware application disclosed. If anybody in here has ever done software review and code review, I would like to speak to you because I know I have done it countless times, right? To only look at the modified stuff that the vendor's given you is highly questionable. Can it be done? Yes. Again, only if you're the person developing the software and you've tracked it. How did SLI look at the software and review it? They probably took the 5.5 hash values, compared it, and did not look at the code. And I could get into how you pass parameters across to the different modules within the software and all that, but I would probably lose the audience. So I'm not going to speak to that, but it's highly complicated and you just cannot look solely at modified software. Then a total of 360 lines of code were modified in this release. That is it. Out of the hundreds of thousands of lines of code within the Dominion voting system software, they only needed to modify 376 lines. And that probably included some comments as required by the coding standard in VVSG. So then again, why only that small amount to make the major changes that they did? So now we're looking at a state requirements document, which is posted on HAVA. It lists all 50 states. Georgia proudly claims 5 pages out of that PDF file, when most states only claim 1 or 2 because you like your laws. I pointed out here, the state of Pennsylvania's requirements is only that a certified testing lab is required. Georgia requires federal certification, which means you have to follow the VVSG. And in this case, they used 1.0, which is still highly questionable. And that it then gets inspected by the state of Georgia and the Secretary of State specifically. And so I will read from this. The Secretary of State, and this is from 21-2-324 Bravo, the Secretary of State shall thereupon require such machine to be examined or re-examined by 3 examiners. And I'm skipping a little bit. And shall require of them a written report on such machine attested by signatures, and the Secretary of State shall examine the machine and shall make and file together with the reports of the appointed examiners his or her own report attested by his or her signature and the seal of his or her office. That makes that test report official state records. And anybody please correct me if I've been correct. But once the Secretary of State signs something that puts her seal on it, it's official state record. Again, not publicly available on the site. I will bring back up something about this, because out of those 3 examiners, one shall be an expert in patent law and the other 2 shall be experts in mechanics. Again, Georgia law. So we're going to look at this right here. Again, I'm reiterating that 5.5 alpha had a baseline of 5.5. There, on the official EAC site, ProVMV did 5.5 and SLI did 5.5 alpha. 2 totally different test labs, right? A modification should not be relied on a publicly available report. You can read SLI's report it yourself and see that they just referenced what ProVMV did. And I will get to how great ProVMV functions in a minute. Right. Here's the ProVMV report that was done. And as you can see, it's done for Georgia State certification testing. So I will thank the great state of Georgia. Obviously does not have 3 people capable of doing a technical functional review. And yes, this is a little sarcasm, as I just stayed across the street from Georgia Tech, a very highly respected university in cybersecurity, that you sent your equipment to Huntsville, Alabama, and allowed an Alabama test lab to evaluate for your state on your behalf. I'll leave it to the attorneys to whether that actually violates what I just read about Georgia law. And so, and as you can see, again, the ProVMV's excellence in testing, if you look at the first one, they say that it is a modification from the EAC approved D Suite 5.0. ProVMV messed up on their official report to the Secretary of State's office. It is not from 5.0, it's from 5.5, right? And I found interesting, and I'll just leave this laying here, as now that one company owns your whole voting system process. They own the machines and the voter rows, that the D Suite will be configured with the no-ink poll pad. I thought poll pads were separate from the voting system, right? And then there's another little tidbit on no-ink, will be set up and interfaced and required with the EMS standard configuration. So it definitely can work and function with the election management server, right? And then they found this issue. And I'm just not going to read the issue, but I want to point out the issue was presented to Dominion for resolution. As somebody who worked in Pro VNV and knew Jack Cobb at Wiley, all right, that you never consult the vendor except to make corrections. They were provided the technical data package. This should have already been noted. And as you can see, it says as documented and as instructed by Dominion. So vulnerabilities, since I'm at time, I'm going to quickly throw those up. The SMS system is not on there. It's only in the express patch that's listed, and it's done to put this tool on there, which has to be manually installed. It's not automatically installed. 4 applications, one that's not even listed on the thing, the SQLite, but out of those 4, I conservatively estimated 190. I did this quickly, and this is without going over any of the other exploits that would not have known vulnerabilities. Yes, ma'am, 190, and that's a conservative estimate, only 4 applications. I could go a lot further, and it would be in the hundreds.
Do you have documents that you want to present before this board?
I could provide electronic copies.
That would be
if you would
helpful.
like
Thank you.
that.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
And there's also on the same drive, the videos of the demonstration I did in Georgia court, if the SEB would like that.
Send us whatever you would like for us to consider. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Parikh, are you aware of any voting systems that have been certified under VVSG 2.0? Are there any systems out there available that are certified under the new?
Yes, there's one that's certified.
Which one?
It's Vanguard 1.0.
Vanguard, is Vanguard the vendor?
No.
Who is the vendor?
Hard InterCivic. And it's still, again, and as somebody who knows all the requirements and includes, because they're currently working on version 2.1, 2.0 is very lacking. For example, it only requires you to log on the SQL server on the log server that hosts the database, which is the brain and takes all the tabulation data into it, only to do login attempts. You go throughout the state of Georgia and you find one database person that's been working for over a year and say, what do they monitor and audit? It is more than that. And I stated that to 2 representatives of the EAC as I spent 3 days with them. And again, I can't publicly say yet because I'm under a non-disclosure until the state makes it public. But that system is not secure. It does not provide the functional things, and it still does not meet half of the stuff required by the VVSG. And I'll go as far as to say 1.0. It fails miserably, just like your system here in the state of Georgia does.
Is there any system that in your view is secure? Is there any system available on the market today?
No.
Okay. Any further questions?
Can there be and if you want me to further, I will answer that. Can there be mitigations put in place? Yes. Because you've got to be able to function. As a so-called expert, I've done operational stuff across spectrums. I've handled the Army Corps of Engineers, and if you know what went on during COVID, we had 40,000 go on VPN, right? There ain't a company alive that put 40,000 people out on VPN. Every time they called for an emergency field hospital to be built, believe me, I was jumping through my butt. And I had the great chance of driving here to Atlanta to get on a classified side or driving 5.5 hours to Vicksburg, Mississippi. Why am I mentioning this? Because I've also repaired the SQL cluster as a security guy, not as an operations guy for NATO's infrastructure. And so I do know that you can't just quickly jump and dump things, right? And I know states will push back, states will say certain things, but then again, you've got to make it auditable, a system that you threw away the paper audit trail that the system should be doing. And from a forensic standpoint, that's a major failure. And you can put mitigations in place. You can do some improvements to these systems, but personally, I'll leave it up to the people because that takes me back to SB 189. Why does it have to be a machine mark? Does the state of Georgia say that its residents are incompetent to mark a ballot?
They It's an issue for the legislature, not for this board.
Yeah.
So thank you for your comments.
Question.
I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Parikh, in your opinion, would hand-marked paper ballots be more secure than the QR code machine-marked ballots?
Yes, QR codes are barcodes. ES&S is a violation too because they do not follow by evaluating those machine readable systems that they violate HAVA. And I know attorneys will argue that back and forth, but I'll tell you from a technical aspect and what the law says that the voter is supposed to verify it. There is OCR technology out there, why it's not used. But here's the flaw. When you still use a ballot marking device, you now do not have the physical aspect. Chain of custody starts from the paper ballot, right? When you mark it with a pen, there's an indentation, a physical mark on the ballot itself. When it's machine marked, it could be duplicated, it can be done, and you cannot tell the difference. And that's the major wrongdoing. It should be hand marked because it goes from paper to electronic, back through a hold system, tallied up, and then comes back out as paper or an electronic number on a system. Every step of that way is part of the chain of custody in a forensic investigation. And what I will say, and that was stated in court, is these systems do not record. You've got Dr. Haldeman in another case testifying to this. The exploits he did are untraceable. These systems are that horrible. You cannot audit them. You cannot see who comes and goes within them because half of the things are not done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Parikh, there, as you know, or to let you know, Georgia utilized Enhanced Voting, an OCR, a company that provided OCR ballot image review last year. It was called an audit, but it was really a ballot review. Would you consider OCR reading of ballots adequate for tabulation of an election?
It can if proper source code reviews done. Again, that is not being done by any of the certification labs. And you can shake your head, ma'am, but I will ask you, how many lines of code have you ever reviewed and what tools have you used? And so the thing that I'm telling you is I can base off reading the reports and knowing the systems to include the ones that I've examined. And I've recently examined ones that use OCR technology, but again, source code review withheld, and you only get the claims of the vendor. For example, the OCR technology can read it and store it and execute it, but it has to be segmented, especially if you're adjudicating it on or not adjudicating it, but when it's verified on an ADA advice, right, that basically reads back. Because our systems, the one that I saw seemed good on the face of it. But again, because it uses a touch screen and other things, you have to look at how it incorporates the ballots, that the executables within the actual application software are segmented and stand alone and can't be tampered with within the system.
And I know of 3 entities that do OCR reading of ballots. There's an individual in California, there's Clear Ballot, and Enhanced Voting recently wrote source code to do the ballot review here in Georgia. If that were proposed to be used for tabulation of ballots, that would be considered a voting system and would need to be EAC certified, correct?
Correct.
Is there any agency, any business or OCR business that is EAC certified for OCR tabulation of votes and ballots?
There is a voting system, Tesla, our voting system, the Vanguard 1.0, that does use OCR technology. And but again, it fails on other levels. So if you, it's just like what's been proven with your encryption, right? you can be FIPS 142 enabled and compliant, but if it is not configured correctly, it's as worthless as a paper bag holding your money, right? That's the extent of it. And so there has to be certain checks and things that go into. What I will tell you is even the system that I evaluated that had OCR technology, there were too many other issues in host that normal IT practices, probably to include, if this is a state laptop, I would hope that your state IT security has more implementation and more auditing and more system event logging on it than I've seen on the voting systems. Every vendor I've looked at fails miserably, to include the most recent one.
Would it be best practice to utilize hand-marked paper ballots with an optical scan followed with an audit with OCR technology?
The audit, if they are machine counted, and here's the thing about system testing, which I hate because Florida refers to their hand audit, they use another machine. In system testing, and if you're going to audit, you do not audit by the same method. Grabbing a different machine is still the same method. An audit should be hand counted to verify that. It should not be counted by another machine. It's two different types of testing that have to be done that way. If I count by machine, I check by hand. And that's the only way to do it. If you simply run it through another machine, then it's done. And what I will tell you is if you use those machines, and I'm only according to the EAC, that all that should have been pre-planned to include your CF cards that you'll use and put in those tabulators. All that, because that has to go through LNA testing, which in most states is a joke anyway. All that stuff is supposed to be done out and approved, because you just can't willy-nilly throw it in a machine or configure it and not test it and check it. Because again, you're performing an audit. So it should always be two methods. So never by OCR technology should an audit be done. It should be done by hand counting, something that we've done for years upon years. And it has to be that way.
There's currently a bill that was passed by the Senate this past year, SB 214, that addresses utilizing hand-marked paper ballots. It's in the title of the bill, but when I read the bill, it needs to specifically state the use of hand-marked paper ballots as marked by the voter with a pen or pencil or non-electronic device. That bill will be brought before the legislature this next session.
Yep.
Would you recommend that SB 189 portion of the machine marked ballot as it's described to be removed and address SB 214 that uses hand marked paper ballots?
I think it should. I found it curious that when I read through that only counties with 5,000 or less, and then they're limited on how they can vote with hand-marked paper ballots, right? Considering forensically and for chain of custody purposes, that's the best way to be able to identify. And I'm sure you got another presenter who could speak a lot more to that, Mr. Phil Davis, because he definitely is awesome at examining the images of said ballots. And that. So what I will state is, and I want to bring this up about 189 because the reference to that, because it says, it was from section 21-2-498 where they're adding in, I'm just going to quit part of the text. The text portion of the machine mark, comma, provided that such mark clearly denotes. So why would that phrase of provided that such mark clearly denotes? Why would you have that in there if you're relying on a machine that supposedly marks better than your residents do because you're not going to allow them to muck up the ballot? So are you going to have printer issues? Are you going to face the same thing that Arizona faced a few years back? So wording in it is important, and I think it should have, and because Dominion can already take care of hand-marked paper ballots. That's why the whole 66 million and how long it does And if you looked at the timeline between the certifications of when 5.5 happened and then when 5.5 alpha happened by Dominion, my question is what is the state of Georgia, has the Secretary of State asked Dominion where they stand on making their system compliant, making a version Z or F or whatever, so you comply with Georgia law that's going to be active in 2026. And I know that's a little off track, but that's the insanity of it all. The system could already take hand-marked paper ballots. The modifications would be quick and simple. And again, I state this as a computer scientist who's done application development.
I'm optimistic that we could move from 30,000 BMDs to about 3,000 BMDs. I hope the legislature will consider that in this next session. Thank you.
Any further questions?
How do I give this to you? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Yeah, Phil,
And you can,
Chair would like to propose that we take a 5-minute recess, quick 5-minute recess without dissent. We're recessed for 5 minutes and we'll continue after that. Thank you. Back in order. Thank you for that recess. The older I get, the more I appreciate it. Our next presenter is Phil Davis on Ballot Assure. Mr. Davis flew in from Arizona,
Florida.
Florida.
Absolutely.
How'd I get that? They're both warm, right? So when you get a little close to your time, we'll let you know. And then I understand you have a video you want to play after that, and 3-minute video, and we'll go with that. And then we'll see what the questions the board have. So please start.
Okay, thank you. Can we present my screen?
Oh gosh. Hope. You know, they're all different.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. The topic today will be an informational topic. It's not going to be political. It's going to be hopefully entertaining. Hopefully tell you something that you've never heard before. This is about use of QR codes in Georgia. My name is Philip Davis. I have a website called Ballot Assure. I am a hobbyist. I've been doing this for about 5 years. Georgia loves to call me that. But I've been studying your Georgia ballots for about 5 years. Doesn't make sense since I live in Florida, but you're very open with your ballots. And so I was allowed to look at it. It's one of the most open states I've seen. It's been fantastic, especially the website that posts the current ballots. I'm currently the least impugned speaker here, and hopefully we'll fix that by the end of the
We can change that for you.
I am the person that found the 3,930 ballots in Fulton. I am the person that told people to wear the DVS Corpo 8 shirts. Sorry about that. Anyway, but what we're going to talk about is hand-marked paper ballots, QR ballots, how they're formatted, how they work, how they don't work, and a little bit in between. But before we talk about QR codes, we talk about the hand-marked ones, because there's actually a very strong relationship between them. They definitely use the hand-marked ballots to create the QR ballots and how they're positioned. But basically, ballots are pre-printed, voters fill in the bubbles. We all know this. The touch screen, these are the Dominion devices. They're easy to use. When you have a write-in ballot, you can type it instead of trying to read people's hand scratch to figure out what they wrote. And of course, one's needed for every precinct, no matter what, for HAVA compliancy. The QR coded ballots, everyone's seen these papers before. It's on regular size paper. QR codes printed at the top. Human readable text is below for voter review and approval. Asterisk, because no one actually reads them. It's just they take it. Yeah. Well, the key to understanding a QR coded ballot is understand that there's no names on the ballot. It's just a ID number. And when they create the ballot configuration in Georgia at the state level, they will give every candidate a number, an ID. And it's in order of the hand-marked ballot. And so ballots are dynamic. So some ballots will be missing races, but the ID numbers don't change. And so all that's actually stored on the QR code is these numbers. And if you're a computer nerd, they're actually bit positions. They're just binary 0 and 1s. And so when it creates a QR coded ballot, inside the ballot is not Joe Jorgensen, Shane Hazel, Doug Collins. It's 3, 17, 11, 32, 36, and 39. That's the actual numbers that are stored there. So that's kind of why it's not a human readable ballot. It's just numbers inside of there. No one can actually look at it and tell what it is other than me, sorry. But, that's just how they're coded. Now, that ballot isn't tied to the scanner. So when the scanner picks it up, the scanner reads only the QR coded ballot. It then reads the number of people you voted for, 4, 17, and so on, translates that back into someone's name based on the configuration that was dealt to the state. And that's how the system basically works. But there are a few things wrong with this. First off, they're not unique. People think they see these QR coded ballots are unique coded ballots, but they're not. If someone in your precinct voted straight party ticket or the same order that you did, the QR code is exactly the same as someone else's ballot. And Fulton County is one of my favorite examples that in one precinct, straight Democrat Party had 1,200 identical ballots. Nothing unique about these ballots. Why is that worrisome? I could throw one on a copy machine and make my own ballots if I wanted to. There's no way of detecting that this is unique, new, that was printed somewhere else, and you can Xerox them. And so that's a little bit of a worry, of course. And that's one reason I'm loving the concept of watermark paper coming up here. So that makes me very happy. Once again, they're not human readable. They're not encrypted. They're just encoded a very specific way that Dominion set up. Nothing wrong with that. If they tried to put all the names in it, it wouldn't fit in the first place. But there's no app you could use. There's no barcode you could use. There's no way you know what it says. And unfortunately, I just went to Vegas a couple of months ago to DEF CON and did a live demonstration on how to completely hack the entire ICX device. Since the passwords, you've heard Clay mention many times, the passwords are not, not protected. The hashes aren't protected. So if you have a technician card that you can buy on the internet, you can tap it put it into one of the device machines. You get to the system, you can change literally everything about the system. And within an hour, for the first time touching one of the machines, within an hour, I did this to the screen. And the names are changed, the party's changed, I added a logo. It's just an open database that you can modify all you want. And one of the things I did was switch two people's names on the ballot. So I swapped the Republican for the Democrat, but the QR code still had the original answer. So the screen said Democrat, the printed ballot said Democrat, the QR code said Republican. It's just a little bit too easy to edit. All right, let's get to something that most of you probably know about. That's the Spears versus Orson case. You probably know a lot about this, but I'm going to tell you something you didn't know today. In Spears versus Orson, this is the CAB 2022 commissioner's race. And you've heard of that? Yeah. Well, she got no votes in her own precinct. And we were trying, okay, what actually happened? Well, what happened was the printed ballots had 4 people listed on them. All right. Lauren Alexander, Broussard, Orson, and Spears. Well, Broussard dropped out. He's no longer part of the race. So when they made the configuration on the tabulators, they only had 3 people in the race, not 4. Broussard was disabled, is the feature that they have. So on the user interface screen, you only had 3 choices. But remember, you're not picking people, you're picking ID numbers on the ballots. So you're picking number 34, 35, or 36, but you actually were picking 37, 38. You just didn't know about it because there's a missing person there. And so what happened was the votes trickled up. Since they scanned with the wrong ID numbers because the screen gave one less ID than it was supposed to, Olive Orson's ballots went to Broussard's. Olive Broussard's ballots didn't have any, would have went to Alexander, and Spears' ballots all went to Orson. And that's why Orson got 0 votes in her own district. Spears, sorry. I'm talking fast. I got 10 minutes. Sorry. So when you actually look at the QR coded ballots, on the front of the ballot, it said Marshall Orson. On the audit mark, it says Donald Broussard. On the front of the ballot, it said Michelle Spears. On the back of the ballot, it said Marshall Orson. And that's what happened there. Here's the full page ballot. So you can see the absolute full page. Spears on the front, Orson on the back. And that's why we had to do the QR code, this whole thing that we were talking about, reading OCR on the front versus OCR on the back. Enhanced Voting did that audit, and that's the main reason we needed to do that audit, is because of the Spears Orson case. But while I was doing this presentation, I found something bad. I hadn't actually looked at the hand-marked ballots. I've been looking at the QR-coded ballots. I pulled up a hand-marked ballot and looked at the audit mark. Something bad came up. The system stopped. when got to this disabled person, it no longer read anyone's votes. The entire back of the ballot was ignored. If you look at a similar QR code ballot versus a handmarked ballot, 22 races were lost on the handmarked ballots if it had Spears Orson on it. The entire back of the image, nowhere to be found. Whenever you have a ballot at 200 DPI, you have the front, the back, and the audit mark 3-page ballots. Any ballot, handmarked ballot with Spears Orson on it, didn't have the back of the page, didn't have any votes. The system found a problem when it saw it removed Donald Broussard, it stopped processing. 2,000 people, approximately, probably more, back of the ballots weren't counted. Pretty bad. Just found that out 2 days ago, by the way. So take it with a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Now, has that happened before? Yes, it did. 2020. Chatham County. I think I learned how to say that properly. Tony Riley on one tabulator was disabled, the same as Broussard. And if you look at this ballot here, all the votes are different. On the front of the ballot, you see Tony, 3 constitutional amendments, yes, yes, yes. Since it's all index-based, when the one tabulator had him as disabled, all the votes moved up a bubble, moved up an index. So all the yes votes became no votes. All the no votes became blank votes for all the ballots that they scanned in Chatham County on one tabulator. All the other tabulators, Tony Riley was still there. So they came out okay. So you have this weird mismatch of configurations between tabulators and the machines that are supposed to read these barcodes. And that shows that fragility and the reason people distrust the QR codes, because no names are in there, just these index positions that can get corrupted. So that's why in 2024, the Georgia legislature decided to do, well, not Spears Orson, decided to do a front of the ballot to the back of the ballot. They paid, I believe, $1 million for the audit. And they reported there is no QR text versus automark issues found in 2024. I also did it for free, you're welcome, and found absolutely no issues either. So the front of the ballots did match the back. This issue did not happen in 2024 as far as we know at this time. All right, so now we get to SB 189, the ban on these QR codes. Thank you very much for that. All right, ballots must tabulate votes based solely on human readable text, no longer on these oval bubbles printed on the ballot. But can you answer a question for your head? Can you just read the QR coded ballots, the OCR? Not very well. This is a Fulton County ballot with big, gigantic streaks through the printers. Please buy them new printers. Those are terrible. I'm sorry. Please buy printers. But there's no way you can read that text. That text is unreadable. The lines through it completely obfuscate any OCR attempt. I have tried to read them, absolutely impossible. But also, the formatting is just atrocious. I can barely read those ballots with my own hands. We've got the second columns touching the first column. They're just not very readable. And OCR is never 100%. Never 100%. So reading the current ballots, absolutely not. No chance. Full face ballots. The only other option, because we have to work with Dominion machines. How are you going to do that? You have 3 options, of course: pre-printed, on-demand, or instant voting booth ballots. Commercial, of course, is great because you can really control the watermarking, the paper, making sure that you're controlling the paper that's getting printed. You get high quality paper. I can actually identify, because I looked at 5 million ballots, but I can actually identify locally printed ballots now because they have a lower quality of print. The lines don't print, the headings are blurry, but the Runbeck ballots of 2020, fantastic quality. You can see it all. It's very clear, very crisp, very easy to read. But locally ballots would be difficult to read OCR because they just fade out at 200 DPI black and white images. The resolution is just not high enough to print ballots on a cheap printer. On-demand ballots, you could, there's another option. You could print 21-inch paper on printers on election day, hand out the ballots and have them fill it out. It's an option. Voting booth dedicated ones. Of course, this is what most people are talking about at the moment, but, print full-face 21-inch ballots. But the cost, of course, is quite a bit. You're buying, 30,000 printers at $66 billion for the upgrades and everything. But it's just, it's a lot to do, but it is someone else's decision, definitely not mine. But, but you do have to get away from those QR coded ballots and the voting machines. They are fragile. They use indexes. You've seen multiple cases where they mismatched what was intentional. But there's no solution that's perfect. But we just wanted to give you some information so that you can make an informed decision. And that's all.
I know you have a video you want to show, but
I do not have video. I don't know what this is.
Oh, Garland has a video.
Has video.
All right. Got that wrong. I have a couple questions, but anybody else would like to go first, please?
Yes.
Feel free.
To the board, the apparent glitch.
Yes.
With the landmark ballot, that they no longer read anything below that, because that's clear. I mean, just like with the QR coded ballots, it was a mismatch with because the indexing is based on location.
Right.
Right. And that is also how landmark ballots are read. It's based on just
XY positions. That's right.
Exactly. Exactly. So when there is a programming error, a human error, it is going to misread.
Right.
And that's why audits pick it up.
That's the idea.
But
Right.
to completely drop off the rest of the ballot is a different.
That's right.
form Of error. So I'd like to see a little bit more.
It's almost like something crashed in the software at that
That's
point.
exactly right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Question.
Yes.
Auditing.
Yes.
This.
Right.
I feel. How do you audit? Let me ask like this. What type of audit would you have to do in order to catch these type of discrepancies?
Well, here's a big problem. If you had this Beers-Orson case, and that's one of the reasons I want to talk about this. If you were to print them at a central location, how many people would you print? 4.
Right.
4 bubbles. You print them locally, how many bubbles are you going to print?
3.
3. So if you had an on-demand printer print those ballots, you're going to have 3 bubbles. The XY positions are going to be in the wrong spot. You got Spears and Orson all over again.
So in other words, it's impossible. There's no way to really audit it.
No. It's because you got different configurations on different machines, because you've got to remember the central system, the tabulators, and the voting machines all have to be perfectly in sync for that to work.
So even if you voted on the machine, got the results, it was printed out, even though you have the QR code in the list.
It's got a circle next to Orson.
If you hand audit, it's still going to be incorrect.
That's right.
Got it.
Yeah, when it read it, it's going to read the wrong person.
Okay.
So that just speaks to the issue. Once you begin ballot build
Yes.
with the whole system, if you make a change and use a reconfiguration for a dropout candidate, you must go back to the very beginning of the ballot build, which no election supervisor wants to do.
Absolutely.
Nor does the Secretary of State office want to do that. So they've taken these shortcuts and created serious problems by using that disable feature. I'm very concerned about the disable feature.
You want me to answer it for you, Jeff?
It's spam.
There is definitely a disabled feature in the database that you can actually mark a candidate as disabled. And once you mark it disabled, the ballot, and when I was hacking the voting machine ethically, it did stop when I hit that person.
But
that's correct. I cannot see any reason to use the disable feature. I don't know why
it's broken.
We have a disable feature in this voting system. It really makes it.
Yeah.
It makes the whole system illegal. In my
Breaks both the
opinion.
QR code and the hand marked ballots.
It opens us up for issues.
Right. with a whole paper system, voting with hand-marked paper ballots,
Right.
which is what we should be doing. If the candidate drops out and there's time to reprint the ballots, that can be done as it states in the Georgia Code. But if there's not time, there's the other recommendation to simply post that this candidate dropped out and their votes will not be reported. Okay.
Yeah, it's happened in
And
2024.
don't
but
change the database.
Right. That's
Correct.
exactly right. And in 2024, none of these issues happened because of that.
In your opinion, does a ballot on demand printer produce an accurate, a clear enough ballot for OCR reading?
Well, OCR is never 100% at all, and especially with common names. It is, and it's also very slow to read OCR. That is not a fast process. To read bubbles, timing marks, that's a very fast process. To read QR codes, 200, 300 a second is absolutely doable. OCR really slows down everything very much. Current ballots, no, you can't do OCRs. If you're to reformat it, make it with OCR text, bigger font, remove all the extra data on it, yeah, okay, you can, but you're slowing your time down greatly.
Correct. It all depends on how you map out that OCR
Right.
on the ballot.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, make it nice, big text and, readable. It's not even readable. I mean, even human readable, but a lot of room is taken up by that.
Is the most cost-effective way to conduct this election with hand-marked paper ballots and scanners followed by hand audits or OCR audits?
I can't speak to audits. I do ballot image analysis purely. But what is the most secure way to make sure voter intent is preserved? Pre-printed ballots.
So my question to you, with all of your time and expertise with
5 years, yeah.
with looking at ballot images, you've spent a great deal of time and many hours on ballot images. How much confidence can you have in your conclusions of looking at ballot images when the images could actually have been altered before they were produced for you to look at?
At the resolution that we get, which is 200 DPI, you would never, ever know about ballot was modified. So unfortunately, I can't address that because there's no way to know. I mean, even Dominion brags about a feature that for disabled people, when they vote on a voting machine, it has 1 million bubbles pre-entered that it will use one of these 1 million bubbles to fill in the ballot. So you can't tell, you won't get a perfectly filled in ballot. I mean, that's a feature for them.
Right. So reviews of ballot images or posting ballot images on websites,
right,
it's only as good as the information that the ballot images that were provided or put in, or how they were given to the public to look at. There is sort of like junk in, junk out, maybe.
Right. And that's why I was absolutely thrilled. And that's the whole reason I do Georgia, is because you had a machine recount. And so if someone was altering images, someone changed this image here over here, they don't remember which image they did. So when you did a full recount, and this is my primary area of study, how did the count match the recount? I matched all 4.3 million ballots I had and made sure that if it looks here, then there's one here. If this is this way, then this way. If there's any manipulation, you would catch it on the recount.
Was there a concern about the conclusions of the enhanced voting ballot review or audit?
There's two parts to that. The OCR, I did the OCR. I read every front of every ballot, read the back of every ballot. Everything looked great. But there is a little bit of discrepancy. And thanks for asking. I added a slide just in case here. But there is a lot of discrepancies on when the ballots were scanned. For example, in Fulton County, the day of certification, 11,777 QR coded ballots were rescanned on an ICC tabulator. The original images nowhere to be found. Cast vote records show the new records. And so we had a total of 94,000 QR coded ballots rescanned pre and post election.
94,000.
94,000 ballots were rescanned.
Were those images that were rescanned
They
or
were
was it the
ballots that
actual
were
ballot?
rescanned, give new images. The new images had a date timestamp on the audit mark since they were ICC. So I can read exactly the date it was created and the timestamp of the file. And 94,000 of those had been altered.
Could those images have been manipulated or reset?
Yeah, if you can.
I won't try this.
Someone teach the chairman how to hit that.
Since
button.
Janelle called me out last time, you go ahead.
Right.
I can't figure it out.
You did it.
Yay.
I did? Oh.
We all learned something today.
Good job. You did a thing.
Yeah. So these are called late rescans. Late rescans is on election day. I'm sorry, certification day, but 2 weeks after the election. These are QR coded ballots, you know, the ones that were put into a tabulator, ICPs scanned. These are QR coded ballots on an ICC machine. Date time stamps on the ICC machines. They don't get on the other ones. But you can see Franklin County at 8,259, Pierce County 4,396, and then you had some smaller counties, Henry 779, Bibb 259, and so on. I'm thinking what they're trying to do is they lost the ballot images. They had to post them on their website. So maybe they were trying to scan the image. I don't know. I don't know what y'all do here. But why were you scanning all these images? Because you had, I think, 40 counties scanning images the couple of days before certification. Here's the weird thing. Fulton County had 9 tabulars. They put out 9 tabulators. They were scanning 11,000 ballots on certification day. No one admits that it happened. We have no evidence. Even AJC was there and they're like, we didn't see anyone scanning any ballots today. So we don't know who did that. And some of those tabulators were 97% Biden votes. It was weird. I don't know what happened. What's that?
Colors, what do they mean?
Colors mean that I was working on it and forgot to reset the colors all to the same. Just my statuses of where I was. I apologize for that. Then if y'all are interested in this, yeah, QR coded ballots rescan in ICC machines, Chatham 10,000, Floyd 9,000. Yeah, we had what, 20 counties over 300 did it. Some counties were doing it 2 weeks before the election. We actually contacted one of them and said, why are you scanning in-person ballots, early voting ballots on the ICC? And they said, well, the server, it was full. And so we had to get new machines and rescan them, and the state told us that was okay. Okay. But there's several of them.
I'm sorry, what was the reason?
That it was the scanner was having issues and that they were wanting to get new tabulators. They had 2,000 ballots on it and they were scanning it. Yeah, it was something weird. I don't know.
Yeah,
No, they were in person early vote, QR codes. But several of them, I think about 6 of them, and I have a 250-page report if you want to go over that sometime. But they were because the tabulators, I think it was Pierce, one of them, they had the same tabulator numbers multiple times. Tabulator 10 and tabulator 10, tabulator 40, tabulator 40, tabulator 210, tabulator 210. They doubled all their tabulator ID numbers. So election day, remember how Georgia was late on election day? This is why Georgia was late on election day. Their tabulator IDs were the same. When they were trying to upload it, they said, oops, I can't upload this because I already uploaded tabulator 10. So they spent until 2 o'clock in the morning scanning all the in-person QR coded ballots on the ICC machines to rescan them because the tabular IDs didn't match. And around 2 o'clock, 2:30, they finally said, never mind, we're going home. They came back at 12 o'clock the next day, and then they finished scanning up all those ballots. Now, what's cool is that when they do that, they put a date timestamp on every single ballot, so it's very easy to tell what they did.
Okay.
But I'm a hobbyist, so.
Wow.
Yeah, 2024. This is 2024.
So with the question of SB 189 and the use of the change to remove the QR codes.
Yes,
Would you advise that the QR codes be removed from the ballots?
100%.
100%.
100%. The QR codes is just the position of the vote. Spears Orson, there's other cases at other states, and we have Chatham County in 2020 that proves that they cannot be used. I can also hack the QR codes as well as the voting machines to change what's on the QR codes.
Would it be
Very simple.
a more secure and paper auditable trail to have hand-marked paper ballots scanned and then audits with hand audits made or hand recounts made when necessary?
Well, remember who you're talking to here. I don't do audits.
Oh,
What is the most secure way of doing it? Scan them twice. You do a full, I mean, this is me, just me personally. I know no one's going to like this, but you scan all the ballots once, wait a couple of weeks, finish up, everyone relax, scan them all again, compare everything from here, everything to here. If anything was modified, anything was double counted, you're going to know it because there's extra ballots. That's how I figured out there was 3,930 ballots double scanned in Fulton, because when I compared every ballot to the first versus second scan, there was too many ballots.
That's to assume it wasn't modified before the first scan.
Right. Yeah, there's a bunch of, if you want to talk issues, I can talk issues all day long. I got a whole chart of issues. But
Let me ask a couple questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, please. I wish you would.
And I have stated publicly, I'm indifferent whether there's QR codes or not.
Yeah.
I don't care. Whatever the legislature wants to do, I'm okay with. I have stated that publicly. That I'm indifferent. So,
How could you be?
I said QR codes. Okay. If you have hand-marked ballots that are machine tabulated, the tabulators can be hacked, right? Okay.
The passwords are available.
How long would it take someone to walk into a polling location and hack a tabulator?
A tabulator or voting machine? Which one?
The tabulator.
I have not personally hacked a tabulator.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's the reason people talk about hand-marked ballots and then using a tabulator to count them. So how long would it take to hack it?
If it is similar to a voting machine, it's around a minute, because you would stick in any technician card. Crazy. Stick in any technician card. The data that you're really worried about is in a SQLite database. So a couple of SQL commands stuck on a mem stick. I run these commands and then pull out the card, pull out the mem stick.
I mean, a minute's, it doesn't matter what's 30 seconds or a minute. It takes a little bit of time. Okay. And that had to be done in private, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you, in private?
Private.
Well, you're not going to sit there and hack a machine if someone's watching you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can it be done from somewhere else?
You can modify the master configuration for all voting machines somewhere else.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. One last question for me.
Sure.
Do you know the error rate on hand counted ballots versus tabulator counted ballots?
I do not. I will say that QR coded ballots, when you read the barcode, they have an entire feature called a signature, a hash on it. Anytime that you read that QR coded ballot, if that every single bit is not right, it will reject it. And you get this dreaded QR code mismatch, signature mismatch. That's actually a good thing, that every time you read a QR code, it is going to read it properly, but it's just reading the numbers properly. Doesn't mean that's who you voted for.
Well, I asked that, and what I mean, every study I've looked at shown that there was a higher error rate on hand counted ballots versus tabulated counted ballots.
I agree with that.
Much higher, significantly higher.
Yes.
And hand counted ballots, yeah.
Well, you're not going to make
hand marked, hand counted. There's a much higher rate for people actually counting the ballots versus machines counting the ballots.
Because a machine is not going to read a QR code incorrectly because there's safety
Well,
procedures.
even when you have the optical scan.
Optical scans is slightly lower for, if you're talking about QR codes, you're always going to have 100% QR code read rate because there's a lot of built-in protection. QR code itself has a built-in protection. That half the barcode that Dominion prints is protection. So you're always going to get a perfect read off a QR code, except for
When it's misaligned.
except when it's misaligned, right? And or it gets pulled, but it's not going to read it.
If a human's made a mistake
Right.
beforehand.
Right. Hand marked ballots have the timing marks around it, has the bubbles, everything's in a grid pattern. That is a very high success rate. OCR has a relatively low success rate. It can misinterpret characters if the printing's bad, et cetera, et cetera. But you're absolutely right in the fact that if you're sitting there hand counting, you're adding a human element. Of course, it's not going to be the same. But is it better? Not really.
I mean, we've done
Because
it for like
could be
1,000
completely
years.
the wrong data being stored and being. Yes, you read the QR code right, but was that the voter's intent?
So basically, this is a battle between speed and accuracy.
That's correct.
Clay, can you answer the chairman's question about the time or? Yeah. Mhm.
Come on up here, buddy.
Yeah.
I got two of these.
So again, I'd like to answer a couple of
Throw
things
something out, we'll have to just switch.
that were asked, especially like on system testing, because why I have a lot of respect for Phil here. And he is one that lets me review all his source code for his applications. That you can trust his work because his applications are sound and solid because he is a professional. Disagree with him on using the two methods. Now, again, I've done system testing, BAE Systems, Lockheed Martin, everything, right? To include, again, the first time I was Missile Defense Agency, they have a whole thing because you take use cases and you turn them into test cases and you develop and you track them. And you always use two different methods when checking in a system thing. So I do not agree with the scanning. As to the tabulator question, a matter of time in less than a minute and a half, depending on how you program the bunny. There has been demonstrated, right? And that's just one method. Because here's the thing. When is the last time that the tabulators were open and physically examined? There are components on these tabulators that could be used for wireless transmissions and all that. Even without those devices, when you talk about skill level, you can make them connect to a network. A lot of people think you hear Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. There are a lot of other ways to transmit data over that. I've given in my Alabama court declaration, at the time I listed 5 that penetrated standalone air-gapped systems, which everybody claims on. If you rely on physical security or those top-notch poll workers who are observing everything, right, it's not going to happen because you give somebody 2 minutes, right, up there to vote, they're going to be able to put something into the system. So, and it can be done remotely. And there's a lot more, but I can't disclose that. So, and that's
Well, the reality is you can manipulate any machine and any human can be wrong.
Yep. And that's
So
why
it's really who do you trust more, the machine or the people?
right.
Yeah. So
I trust what I can verify.
Yep.
And so that's why I never recommend that you can totally fix them again, because I've worked in operational environments. And the thing that you've got to do is you've got to have a system that you can trust and audit. Again, your verified voting paper audit trail is not on the system. You can't fully audit it. It's not configured to show you the events so you can look back. And here's the thing I will do, and you can bring anybody you want to challenge me on this. There is nothing in those system logs, whether on the operating system or with any of the applications, and I state this to any of the vendors, that is state secret, top secret, or any of that. And believe me, before I retired from Northrop Grumman, that's exactly what I did on classified servers. I looked through tens of thousands of event logs looking for insider threat. And these were all people with clearances that could be trusted. And so you cannot do these on these voting systems. And so you do not, nothing can be reconciled, nothing can be audited. And that's a plain, simple fact.
Appreciate it.
Any further questions?
Clay.
Any further questions?
Well, the only thing I'd like to say is it seems that hand-marked paper ballots with a scan of the ballot is probably a most cost-effective and relatively secure. There's nothing secure But the chain of custody of every single ballot, or these cards that hold thousands of ballots, ballot images or votes, is critical to the whole system. It is critical. And when we have people in this state removing these cards before the polls are closed and taking them out of the machines where the information on these is not encrypted, it's not protected, and could easily be changed before it's put back into a machine to close the poll and run the tapes, is an invitation for fraud.
And it's not
It's an invitation to change the results of elections.
right. And not only just to change it, but you could also give that information to a party that's interested in this information. There was 5 counties that were scanning and pulling out ballots before the election day. You know, many were just a couple of days before. But yeah, I mean, a presidential candidate would love to know who's winning.
We still have counties that take these cards out before they close the polls. And these cards are totally at risk for manipulation and editing and switching out.
Or just
vote
reading
totals.
and figuring out who's winning. That's valuable information.
And readable.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a vulnerability that one we need to address from in every county and for the conduct of the election. But this is holding like 8,000 ballots. And 8,000 ballots of this would be a stack of paper pretty high, right?
Yes.
My last point is, there's a lot of conversation about human error. And I would venture to say, before I say that, when Clay was speaking, I started to ask for a show of hands of how many people were following and understood. And when you start talking about complicated, technical, IT, memory cards, logging in, all these things, I think when you put that beside simply looking at what you see and tabulating as a human being, I think that the risk of human error significantly goes up when we invite stuff like memory cards and all of these tasks and steps and procedures and logins and setting it up and making sure the number matches the right candidate we are living in a time where we know AI is coming. We know technology is a big deal. We know we're in it, right? However, to make it seem as though doing it the way we've done it for so many years prior to all of this stuff is somehow now complicated for humans is a little bizarre to me. It seems to be a lot easier to simply count, look at what's on the paper and tally it versus all this other stuff. So, and Clay.
That is the one point that because what I will state, in my 2 decades, every time that I was financially compensated by any of my corporations, it was always for automation and process improvement. And again, when I said my credentials earlier, I was a systems major, and that's design. So a system and a process can be anything from flipping burgers to a voting system to just getting kids out to the covered ramp to get them to get on the school buses and leave. And process improvement, system design are critical. I myself have taken hand count training along with my wife. And from a system design perspective, the method that I was shown was that it was auditable. Mistakes are caught right then and there if there's an issue, and it's resolved quickly. So that's another point where I think, yes, there are numbers out there, but those processes were not critiqued. They were not improved, and it's adaptable because you have multitude of counties that are different sizes. There needs to be fundamental steps in the process to ensure integrity, chain of custody, and everything. So it will vary a lot differently, say between Floyd County, it's only 100,000, right? To like Fulton County, where you've got millions, right? So those 2 processes may vary a little bit, but you can make them sound and they can be effective and efficient. And so there can be accuracy to that. The simpler the process, the easier it is. You're right. Overcomplicating it with too much technology is an issue. Great point, Ms. King.
Mr. Davis, I didn't lie to you. I told you your 10 minutes to turn into at least 30. So I knew it. I've done
It was
this.
coming. It was
I've
coming.
done this a few times before. We're going to tell Mr. Favorita the same thing.
Yeah.
You might want 30, but
Good luck there.
you're getting 10, 12, and it'll turn into 30. So, any further questions from the board?
No, thank you.
Thank you
very
for your
much.
attendance today. Have a safe trip back to
Thank you very
Florida.
much.
Are you in sunny South Florida or?
I near Palm Beach area.
Are you heading back
I
today?
hate that for you.
I am headed back tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. And it got cold today.
Our next presenter is Garland Favorito. Mr. Favorito, you have 10, 11 minutes or so that'll sure turn into 30. So you want to play your video first or second? Last thing. Okay. Are you going to put something up on the screen? I got it. I got it. Yes. Yeah, I know it. You throw a brick at me. I put it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me ask the board here. You want to move forward with this or go to lunch and then come back?
Yeah.
You're up. You're up.
Okay.
The hungrier we
Thank you.
get, the less time you have. So
So I requested 30 minutes, but I cut it down to 15. But do you want me to present some credentials before we start?
I think we all know you.
Okay.
If you just introduce yourself.
All right. Well, I'm the co-founder of Voter GA. We are the nonpartisan nonprofit established in 2006, over 20,000 supporters. My background, just in a summary, is 40 years of IT, 25 years of voluntary election integrity advocacy and voting system technology. I was an expert witness in several cases, both in Georgia and outside. And I've got about 13 years of cyber protection of identities, accounts, and financial transactions for over 1.5 million customers. So that's just a nutshell of my background. What I wanted to talk to you today about is a EAC emergency petition to the Election Assistance Commission that our group, some individuals within our group, and as well as the DeKalb GOP have filed to vacate Dominion certification for some of the reasons that we've talked about today. What I want to show you today is based on unrefuted expert witness testimony from one of the gentlemen you just heard from, Clay Parikh, another gentleman named Ben Cotton. This was taken in the DeKalb GOP v. Raffensperger case on September 30th of 2024. So why would we want to vacate the Democracy Suite 5.5A certification and really consider this an emergency? Just a little bit of background here. Georgia purchased the system back in 2019. Before that, in January, it was supposedly certified by the EAC prior to our purchase. The system does not meet 2005 EAC security standards for which it was certified in 2019. And I'll be able to explain this a little bit less technically, I think, for you. So the simple reason is it lacks proper encryption key protection and adequate password security. I'm going to give you some examples on that. How did all this happen? It's because voting system vendors pay for their own certifications. And as you can tell, the test labs, and I'm sure Clay can tell you this, have a vested interest in certifying the equipment, whether or not it actually meets certification standards. So what are Georgia's certification requirements? Georgia requires that any voting system be EAC certified, 212300, and it requires that the Secretary of State certify the voting system as safe for use, which implies an ongoing obligation. The Secretary of State has been aware of these certification deficiencies I'm about to tell you about since September 30th, 2024, when the court case was held. This was in Fulton County Superior Court. What we're seeking is to vacate by emergency the certification for the Dominion system. This is not seeking to decertify, but to vacate the original certification because it was never legitimately conducted. This is not related to President Trump's executive order 14248 back in March. It's not related to rescinding the certifications of the unverifiable QR code, which Phil and Clay have eloquently presented today. This is also not related to the federally mandated critical infrastructure requirements, which still would have to be met because elections equipment is supposedly critical infrastructure, yet those guidelines have not been applied, as Clay alluded to earlier, to the systems. So why do I say that this system was illegitimately certified in 2019? The EAC certified the system based on 2005 Voluntary Voting System Guideline Standards, Volume 1, you can see up on the screen. Those standards were based on the 1994 FIPS 142 encryption key standards that Clay mentioned, Federal Information Processing System, and they were also based on the 1985 FIPS standards for password security, specifically FIPS 112 and 140. So the certification in 2019 was based all the way back on standards dating to 1985, 40 years ago, and the system does not even meet those standards. Let me explain why. FIPS 142 states that plain text, secret, and private keys shall not be accessible from outside the cryptographic module to unauthorized operators. It states also that secret keys, private keys, and CSPs shall be protected within the cryptographic module for unauthorized disclosure, modification, and substitution. So there has to be a cryptographic module to store encryption keys, which are basically like the keys to the castle. The encryption keys in Dominion are stored in clear plain text. They're not stored in the encryption module. So therefore, they don't meet not only the 2005 guidelines, but they also don't meet the 1994 standards upon which those guidelines are based. The encryption key simply allow the programmer to decipher encrypted stored data, to make that as simple as I can. So a bad actor, because of this, can retrieve the keys from the database with a simple read statement, which we call SQL. You may have heard that before, structured query language. You just simply read the keys. You can use standard programs to easily decrypt the stored results, change them, and re-encrypt them and put them back in the database. And I'm going to show you a 3-minute demo in just a minute of Clay actually doing this in front of the Fulton County Superior Court on an authenticated copy of a Georgia server, election server. In regards to passwords, the FIPS standards for passwords is that passwords shall have a maximum lifetime of a year. All passwords that may be included in a new system when it's delivered, transferred, or installed shall be immediately changed by the security officer. This did not happen in our system. What happened was that Dominion delivers to us and other customers a hard-coded admin account password. Hard-coded, that's really, I think that you find that very unusual. But that password was not changed since the system was delivered. It was the same password. It's publicly known. We have folks in the audience here wearing the password on their shirts, and you can go to Amazon or whatever you want and pick up a shirt with the password of the administration account has been used here in Georgia for years. In addition, Dominion passwords are encrypted, so that makes it even more vulnerable. they're not hashed. Passwords typically are hashed so that they cannot be reversed by a programmer. So that leaves, you couple those two things together, you have an incredibly unsecure system. This was a known deficiency. Clay mentioned Wiley test labs. This was identified back in Dominion Democracy Suite 4 systems. We have 5.5a. This was well known back then. The Wiley test report there shows that hard-coded passwords and hard-coded crypto keys were identified as a deficiency even before the previous complete full version of Dominion 4. So I want to explain why this is so urgent. This is an incredibly urgent situation. And we have multiple forensic reports now from, and what I'm going to tell you about one here in Georgia, also corroborated by another one in Colorado. The election management server database, based on these forensic reports, are set up to be accessed remotely. And it's not just one component. In order to have the system accessed remotely, you have to set up all the components in the system to be accessed remotely to get all the way into the database. That includes not just the database, but the tool that manipulates the database. It includes what we call the ports, and it includes a firewall, which is supposed to have rules to prevent certain IP addresses and so on from having access into the database. But what we've learned from the forensic exams, I'll mention a little bit about this, is that the entire system is set up component by component to be accessed remotely. Now, I understand that Secretary of State swears up and down that you cannot be accessed remotely, but again, the court documents and forensics have shown otherwise. In addition, they have this tool called SQL Server Management Studio, which we used to use a long time ago when I was in the business. And it is uncertified, and it allows the Dominion software to be bypassed and the data to be manipulated. And I think we'll see this in the demonstration I want to show you. The other thing that Clay Parikh and Ben Cotton pointed out under oath in court was that all the Dominion Democracy Suite voting systems can communicate with each other via an X.509 certificate. There's nothing wrong with that. However, they all use a common shared value. So that's like Dominion giving everyone in the entire world the same password. So if you're on one Dominion system in one area of the country, such as Serbia, where we've now learned that they are programmed and maintained, at least up until about a week ago or 2 weeks, they can communicate with any other server. And it was probably done for remote access and service capabilities, but we've been told for years that the systems do not have remote access. I can tell you absolutely probably sure from the court documents and forensics that they do. So what that leaves you with is the ability to bypass even the Secretary of State preparation system, which is itself vulnerable to the internet. But then you can just simply go with the appropriate credentials, and Clay can go into more detail about this if you'd like. You can go straight into the county servers. So what we do know is that the Georgia County server and other state servers were set up, maintained, and accessed remotely by Serbian programmers in the 2020 general election. We have the discovery email and from several different cases. I've got a whole slew of Serbian emails from some of them in written in native language that regarding to the supports of the systems during this time period. Another Georgia County server was remotely accessed by Dominion personnel in the 2021 U.S. Senate race, when the system was experiencing the abnormal ballot rejections that Phil Davis talked to at great length. So that's another couple of examples of what we found out through court documents. Again, these are not my opinions. I'm just explaining to you what we found in court. So the that shows you that there is a back door into the Dominion system, and I guess I can state that would be my only opinion. I think that's pretty obvious from what we're talking about here. But the Ben Cotton, the other expert witness in this, also conducted a forensic study on an authenticated copy of a 2020 Georgia County election server that showed internet activity, footprints in on the forensics, that internet activity had occurred. But here are the two, I think, most chilling things that he found out. The study that he did found out that over 3,000 server program files were secretly modified after the installation. This is a Georgia County election server. It was installed in 2020. When he did this, the forensic exam for the 2024 testimony, he found that 3,000 program files had been modified. That would have required an immediate recertification if that many files had been modified. And then finally, he also found that the server, this is our election management server, contained an uncertified compiler. A compiler allows a programmer to create malware, give it instructions, and it will create machine code that can be stored on the database. So that if that was a bad actor, they could create malware, spread it to all the county voting equipment. It would be completely undetected. No one would ever know. So that said, I would like to just kind of wrap up. I just have one last slide, and I've got a 3-minute demo. I wanted you to see Clay's demo, which is about 3 minutes, of how he actually hacked a system. This is an authenticated copy of a Georgia server in court, Fulton County Superior Court, by an expert, one of the top experts in the country. So this is not DEF CON. This is not kids in Nevada hacking. So this is all court documentation, which what I like to show you. So do we need to flip a switch, Hope, to get the video audio on this, or should I just go? I'll go ahead and try it. We're good. Okay, this will be real quick. It's only about 3 minute half.
So what we're going to do, we're going to go down here. We're going to go to the stored procedures, which is where the majority of the work. What you see is, and I did not open the other folder. This is just the stored procedures that are ran in the database for the application to work, a ton of them. But we're going to go to contest report results. We're going to execute the procedure. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm putting in a variable because the application would do this. In order to make it execute, it would send this automatically. And so what we're doing is we're putting in the variable so we can run it. And as you see here, you see that Donald J. Trump got 6,526. Joe Biden got 1,779. Now I'm going to use snippet because I don't have that great a memory. We're going to cover this up. So we got it frozen. And we're going to downsize that. Now I'm going to go back and I'm going to modify the actual stored procedure with just a few lines of code. So we're going to scroll down toward the bottom, all the way to the bottom, right before it goes, and I'll show you when we get to it. I'm going to pause right there. Notice print 4 is add totals finished. So we're going to submit this right before all the totals are calculated. And so what we're going to do, I'm going to put a hard return in there, that's hitting enter. And then I've already got the instructions so to make this quicker and expedite. And so I'm copying these instructions and pasting them in there. And we're going to pause this right here. Notice that choice ID number 2 is getting 1,000 votes taken away. And choice ID number 1 is going to get 1,000. So I'm going to execute it. So now it's functionally stored. And then I'm going to go over here. We see how the totals are. Now we're going to execute this again. And we see that the totals have changed. And right here, we're comparing them. So from the screenshot, so you can see that they've changed. This can be done on any race.
So what you saw there was an exploit of the existing security issues that we just talked about. And in 3 minutes, Clay was able to change the results of a presidential race, or it could have been any other race, with 6 lines of code. So and this is all undetected, simply exploiting the existing vulnerabilities that are.
So what we're going to do, we're going to.
So just to wrap up, we know that other states are going to join this emergency petition. Where there are already at least 6 other states because of the severity of this situation. The question is, what can the state election board do? And obviously, I know that the state election board does not have authority to make voting system changes. We all know that. What you could possibly do, though, and what you do have the authority to do, is to inform the counties of some of what you've heard today from Philip and Clay and I. And you can have an opinion as to whether or not this system is safe to use in the 2026 election, and whether it is impracticable under the Georgia law, specifically OCGA 21-2-334 and OCGA 21-2-300. So I would ask you to consider whether or not you should issue such a letter and an opinion based on what you've heard, because you've heard stuff that has been suppressed by some news organizations here for years and even beyond. So that said, I want to really thank you for the opportunity to present today. I tried to make it as fast as possible.
You've done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Quick question. The password that's on everyone's t-shirt, is that still the password to today?
That is a great question, and I have no evidence. Clay might be able to address this, and Clay, you come on up. I don't have any evidence that it's been changed. The Secretary of State I would have expected would have told us that they'd fix that.
Yeah.
That is still hard coded in the system, and it exists. I can tell you that for the short time where I was at NTS Laboratories, they said that hard-coded passwords and the hard-coded stuff was corrected, which it was not, as obviously it was demonstrated in that case. So it still exists to this day. It can be changed. It was changed by one person in the Arizona database. But again, and I think Phil has pointed out very well in previous talks, they do not implement things correctly. The hashes are not salted. I was able to crack that hash and learn that person's password. And that's the thing. Even the security they implement is just a farce. There's no integrity to the systems. None of them.
When you update the system, does the password automatically change, or that just has nothing to do with it?
No, it'll usually set unless somebody goes and use it. And people will be claimed, and they'll tell county officials, well, that's just done for the LNA test or the demonstration stuff. But it is still an active account with administrative access on the system. And that's
who has access to it? Well, obviously everyone now, but what?
So for example, that system that was built from an image, I accessed that system by removing the password. This was one of the things that went on with Colorado and those BIOS passwords, because again, BIOS passwords to me are a joke. They're irrelevant because they can easily get past them, but it is part of the security. Department of War, as we now have to say, they implement that as well. And I removed the password. The thing is, those databases use the operating system logon, which is a major security flaw. So without a password, I authenticated to it. And so a normal user can get in and manipulate those stored procedures the same way. You don't necessarily have to have it, except for if it's restricted at the database level. Again, it's easily done.
Okay, thank you again.
Thanks, Clay. I had to bring in the heavy hitter for the tough questions.
Well, I'm gonna ask since he's here.
Any further questions? Member Jeffries? I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, is there anyone from the Secretary of State's office here to present or
That's what I'm aware of.
provide a counterpoint?
Did we invite the Secretary of State?
Yes.
We did?
Yes.
How did you invite him? By email or you just called or?
I called, members, in the Secretary of State's office, and I sent an email.
To the Secretary of
And
State?
I asked them to pass it on because I did not have his email address.
But you did have his number.
I didn't have his number at the time.
Well, I saw the email where
That
you,
came
the
after I
number.
had already sent the email out.
So why didn't you just call?
Hmm?
So why didn't you just
Did I
call
receive a response?
that he wasn't coming?
Yes.
Did they give us a reason why?
He's still under his desk.
He just said he wasn't coming. He just wasn't available. Okay. All right.
I
Not
do, I
available.
do have I do have a report where I had invited, y'all had asked an update on the investigators and the cases. And Charlene McGowan informed me in an email that, they would no longer be coming to board meetings, that the investigators, and her update, I'll just read it to you, this portion. It says, to answer your question regarding the number of cases that are open following the September meeting, that we are now at open 154.
Wait, that's the next agenda item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were already
This
into.
had to do with 189, the
Yeah.
new attending, so we'll get to that one
All right.
in a second.
So
Any
just
further
to,
questions for
just to
Mr.
res-
Fairclough?
One other question. Would you consider that all voting system election management servers vulnerable to the same?
Yes,
security measures?
that's such a very good question, because what you, and it gets to the other point as well. What we saw here is only one election management server in the state of Georgia has been forensically analyzed. And there's no reason to believe that any of the other 158 servers have the same problems. And to Member King's point, the Secretary of State has been aware of this testimony, this evidence, since September 30th of 2024, and he has not addressed it. So imagine the confidence level of the voters of the state of Georgia, many of whom are here, and you see week after week, month after month, when the Secretary of State cannot even come forward and address the incredible security vulnerabilities that are a matter of expert witness testimony and forensics reports. It's unbelievable. That is why we have no confidence in the system, and we have no confidence in that office to conduct any election next year.
What would you recommend to the General Assembly to address SB 189 in the deadline of July 1st, 2026?
Thank you for the question. We have published a study for the House Elections Study Committee. As soon as we gave them a draft, as soon as we give them the final version, our recommendations will be in there. It will be, we have 7 now, we're making it 10. But the simple recommendation, we believe, would be to, it was really based on Senate Bill 303, which is to hand mark paper ballots, and hand count the results. If you hand count the results, can be no dispute about who won. Publicly recorded hand counts, so there can be no cheating. And we've got the times and the testings. We have done hand count. I think Clay mentioned this, or Philip did, one or the other. We've had hand count test times. We know exactly how much to do that, as long as you have keep your precinct small, which we do, 2,000 to 1,500. That can be done and over with by midnight, and there will be no disputes anymore about who won. No having to wait for days to figure out, fix machine problems and so on, like we had before.
Is there any state that dictates hand counted paper ballots?
I'm only aware of some. I think there's a few counties, but I'm not aware of a state that would mandate hand counting. There's going to be, I think, more evidence coming out that would lead more and more states to do that. But as of right now, I would say there's only a few counties that do that nationally.
Isn't that what audits are designed to verify whether hand marked paper ballots are are accurate in their counts.
Yes, exactly. The audits are designed to do that. The problem is we've heard that the audits have verified the original results here in Georgia when we know that they have not. And we could go into tremendous detail about that. We do in our security study. But just to give you a couple of examples, Governor Kemp's own report of the 2020 Fulton County audit, which was based, he got information from Joe Rossi, which he had also gotten from us originally. They confirmed that the governor's office confirmed that we were correct, that the 2020 audit in Fulton County never actually matched the results. So we were told that it worked. We were told also that the 2024 audit of the ballot images confirmed the results. I think Clay mentioned earlier, you can't, you have an audit's got to be independent. An audit of a ballot image is a fake audit. You have to audit, as y'all know, the paper ballots, and that is what the state election board intended to do with that money. However, as we've heard in previous meetings, that was hijacked from you, and we turned it into a ballot image audit and not a paper audit. So the problem we've got is that these audits don't actually seem to confirm the results, but we're told that they are. And so that, and obviously risk limited audit is the best approach. But the problem is when you get into a tight race like we did in 2020, the Secretary of State had to order a full hand count because it would take too much time to randomly select ballots to audit. You would spend all your time randomly selecting ballots instead of counting them. It's just simply easy to count the race. Could be done over and done with faster. So for those reasons, we believe that a publicly recorded hand count is the simplest and most elegant solution. It avoids the auditing. It avoids all the machine costs, the maintenance, the licensing, the testing, all the stuff that you would normally have to do for tabulators and servers. If you just used publicly recorded hand counts, it would eliminate all that. So that would be our position.
How would an audit of images be a valid audit of an actual election document, a ballot?
It would not. And thank you for that question. And we mentioned this before. That's a very sore subject for us because we mentioned before the legislature passed the bill that, and when Secretary wanted to do that, that would be a fake audit. An audit of a ballot image is a fake audit. You have to have, and Dr. Stark has explained this multiple times as well, I think, but maybe not to the board, but you have to have the original intent of the voter, because a ballot image can be altered. And what we found out in Fulton County in 2020 was that the ballot images, a large part of them were electronically altered before they certified the results. And we have that metadata analysis, very similar to what Phil worked. I think Phil actually worked on that as well, that shows that the ballot images are altered. So for those reasons, you can't audit an image. You have to audit the actual paper ballot, as Clay pointed out, because it has to be an independent audit trail of each vote cast, which we used to have in Georgia law back in 2001. It was removed when they put the first unverifiable voting equipment here in 2002.
Correct. So SB 189, when it stated that it had a pilot program to use OCR technology to audit the ballots, it was originally written to be a paper ballot audit.
Right.
And it ended up being just an audit of images, and it's only as good as the images that were provided to that. How would one audit an election, say that there were missing 17,852 ballots? How would that be a valid image audit when you're missing over 17,000 ballot images?
Exactly, and that has never been explained. There were 17,852 missing ballot images. I'm sorry, missing ballots.
Ballot images.
Ballot images, yes, which probably means that there are 17,000 missing ballots. We don't know. But yeah, these are another reasons that you can't audit an image. The voter never saw the image. So whatever you're going to audit has to be what the voter actually originally saw. So how do you audit something that the voter never saw and call it an audit is beyond me. But that's what happened. But to your point, it has to be a paper ballot audit to be anywhere near legitimate. It cannot be a image audit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a national question.
Pardon me?
A question, does any state use the hand counting ballots and an automated counting tabulation at the same time?
I believe that some do hand counting to verify the audit results. I believe that some do a joint. I don't have a list of them, and I don't know. Do we know offhand which ones they are? Okay, we'll have to get you a list.
So there is somebody who counts 100 votes and then runs it through a machine and see if they got 100 of the same poll.
I think there are certain counties that do that.
There are counties right now in Georgia that do 100% hand count audit. To verify that, there are states that do audits. There is no state that does a hand count as a primary method of tabulation.
Right.
There's an organization called Verified Voting. You can go on their website and see exactly what state uses what equipment, what process. All of this is very well documented. But I know that Bartow County does 100% hand count audit. Cherokee, I think does. Floyd does 100% hand count audit. Because it is, but the method of tabulation is electronic, and that is standard across the country.
Any further questions from this board? We are in the middle of a
I think just finish this.
whole business, but Chair would entertain a motion to break for lunch.
Well, we can finish B and then just finish that.
Yeah, if we can finish B.
We want to push it?
Push it.
Let's do it.
Just to push, push through it or push it?
No, let's do it now. if
All
we
right.
Can.
Thank you, Mr. Favorito.
Thank you. All right. Thank
Update
you.
on legislative caseload, Mr. Executive Director, that's
Be as quick. It's an email that I got back from Charlie McGowan, which addressed the cases that are open. Following the September meeting, she reports that there are 154 cases open, and that is in addition to the 276 cases that were sent to the SCB.
they're being investigated. 156 are being investigated.
Yes.
Okay.
That they are 154. Now, we've got, 276. So we're roughly projecting in December that probably going to have somewhere 180 or so cases December meeting. So
How many days is that meeting?
70 something of those are probably dismissals.
Any questions?
My question is, how many cases are not being investigated? Was that part of the report from Ms. McGowan? They're all under investigation?
The report that I got was this email, and I asked if they would come, and she said that they're no longer coming to the board meeting. So this is what she sent me, and I said, okay, I'll just read it to the board.
The investigators are no longer coming to the board meetings?
No, that's what,
What if we have questions? So we're gonna hear cases that's been investigated by someone else.
That's actually the next topic that we're hearing.
Okay, well, yeah, let's get to
All right.
it, because this is just,
So that's any questions on the report from Secretary of State's office? Next item on the agenda is pre-meeting and presentation of case for December meeting. Dr. Jan, that was yours, I believe.
Right. My question is, when is the pre-meeting for the December SEB cases?
Yeah.
Is there a pre-meeting scheduled?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Who is deciding which cases will be heard?
Apparently us, since they're
No,
no
we will.
longer
We
coming.
will. All right.
Yep.
So I would just share with the board and the audience, I have been reviewing some of the completed investigations that were sent by the Secretary of State's investigators. And I would expect that in the December meeting, there will be a large number of no violation cases. There'll be a number of double voting cases that are high priority. There will be a number of voter registration violation cases. There will be absentee voter irregularity cases. There will be several cases of non-citizen voting to be presented and felon voting. I just want you to know that that we're trying to prioritize the most serious allegations so that they can be heard and dealt with.
Given the number of cases, if we could get the cases to the board at least by December the 1st for us to start reviewing them, because it'll take quite some time to go through that many for us to read through and ask whatever questions. Then we get questions back to y'all if we have any to follow up on. So at least by December 1st, at the latest.
I would ask that we get them next week because December 1st does not give enough time for the rest of us, since you've already read the cases. I have certainly not seen them and I can't speak for any other board members.
They were
But-
sent.
Why don't you make a flash drive of all the cases that were given to us and just give each board member a flash drive of it?
There we go. We'll
Okay.
have all of them.
Yeah, man, it can
That
be
would
done
be
pretty
helpful.
quickly.
Yeah. That goes back to my original question, which is if the investigators are not showing up, then we can't ask them any questions in regards to their investigation. How we're just supposed to rule on it without even being able to ask them any questions?
I think that's what we're supposed to ask them in advance, in email and get the answers back, which is
not
why we need
publicly.
them now to start reviewing them now.
Yeah, my concern with that is that there's a lot of conversation about transparency, and the public won't hear any of our questions or how we come to our point. Now, I don't need them to present, but to be at least have someone present so that if we have questions that they can answer those questions publicly. I do think that is something that I don't think that's too much to ask. So do we need to just send an email to them as a board member to the investigators and say, hey, can you please show up and answer questions in regards to your investigations?
Mr. Chairman, I think he's the one that has the bat line to the SOS. So you could call and.
Yeah, I think, John, we need to push for them to at least be present because that poses a problem. And then saying, if I get up here and say, oh, I spoke to the investigator a couple of days ago privately, then what? There's no transparency in that. So I do think that we need to, like I said, I don't need them to present. If they don't want to talk, if they don't want to present, if they don't want to do that portion of their job, that's fine. But being present to answer our questions, that has to happen. And I would hope you would see the concern in that.
I will call them.
Thank you.
Any further questions? At this time, the chair would.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did y'all address how the cases are going to be presented? Because that's
No, we didn't.
what this point was.
Oh.
I actually think,
Sarah, you should present.
Mr. Mills, that you should give some options to the board.
Okay, the options that I thought about are, one, since you have the SOI and the ROI, it could go down the line that one board member just reads the SOI and you say, why would you do that? Well, simply to let the public know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's the
you know,
summary.
Instead of reading the whole SOA, in fact, you'll notice at the last couple more board meetings, we had a very abbreviated,
Mhm.
uh,
Yeah, we could do that.
very abbreviated about what was, you know.
I think the summary and the findings.
I mean, you could read an abbreviated SOI, the portion for the board members. You're
Right.
going to get
Yeah.
these we had already planned to get you these by next week, no later. Just so you know, because we knew what we were up against, and I tried to anticipate. It's a fair question. So the other option is, we talked to our investigators about it, that they simply have great hesitation about doing it because they didn't do the investigation themselves, and I can understand that. The other is, I mean, I work for y'all. I can read if you want me to. It's just going to be reading a portion enough so that everybody knows what's going on in the public before you discuss the case.
Yeah. Well, clearly we don't have a choice. So I mean, I can read. I mean, we can read the summary. Yeah. I don't know.
What about publishing the summaries in advance, so they're available to the public and we don't have to read them?
There might be continued case or further investigation.
But I mean, I'm just trying to be, if we want to get through as many cases, if we publish them in advance and then follow up with this case, with the minutes, this case was continued. But that way we don't have to sit there and read just for purposes of transparency. That's even more transparent. The summary, not the full investigation, because the full investigation sometimes contains non-public information.
Yeah, my problem with publishing summary is there's usually a recommendation on how the board's going to rule on those.
We can.
And I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, we can just give a general summary.
I would not want that out there because this board, I never know what y'all are going to vote. So
How long would it take to just cut and paste like an actual paragraph or two on each one?
yeah.
I'm trying to
Well-
be able to be more efficient and not just sit here and read.
Dr. Janice mentioned that it may increase liability for the board, and
From just giving a
see
small
that too.
synopsis of the case.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to think about that and think about whether that's the right way. I like, I'm only one person, I like the idea of just doing a brief synopsis like we have been doing recently. And that could be anybody but me. So.
Those are the only options I had thought about.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing further, then the chair to entertain a motion to exit into executive session this time for
Wait, I
purposes of discussing personnel matters.
you mean lunch? All
We're gonna end lunch. Yeah, we'll eat lunch while we're in executive session, and we'll come back afterwards.
right, so moved.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We will be at lunch until 2:00, which is 35 minutes from now. Item is the state election board emails and documents. No. Sorry.
The question I have for the board is the possession of state election board emails and state election board documents that we seem to be having difficulty with obtaining from the Secretary of State's office.
I would tell you, I contacted, when you told me what this is about, I contacted former member Lindsay and also former chairman Matt Mashburn and asked about the status of their emails.
Yeah.
They both wanted me to state for the record that they consider them to be properties of the state election board, property state election board. And member Lindsay told me that when he left his password and access to the emails, and we should have access to all that. However, he is downloading all the emails that he has on a flash drive and will give that to us. And member, former chairman Mashburn is also downloading his on a flash drive and give them to us too. And I don't know if we have access to those with his password, but both those individuals are creating copies of them on a flash drive and will provide them to us. So,
Okay. Would Alex Harden have possession of Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Mashburn's passwords?
I don't think she has possession of that anymore. Member Lindsay said that when he left his password, and I didn't ask member Mashburn about his password. So, but they both said they're downloading and will provide them to us. So.
Right. Would Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Mashburn provide their passwords for their Gmail account?
I don't know. We can ask him. Member Lindsay says he's already provided it. I don't know if they have them. I don't know what the status of them is. I know that when I worked with member Jeffries earlier, I mean, he didn't have his, I didn't have mine. We had to go through and try and figure what they are. So I don't know if they maintain them or not. So.
Right. So Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Mashburn did conduct their own open record searches with their Gmail accounts. If they provided the password, where is it?
Well, Mr. Lindsay just said when he left his passwords.
What's that mean?
With who?
With Alex, I guess, and she was.
We asked Alex?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask her. So all I know is that's what they told me when I called them to ask them about these and would they be willing to provide them. They said, of course, it's the election board documents. So.
Of course. All right. Similarly, Ms. Addison Brooks needs to provide all of her emails during her 2 summers of internship or working with the state election board.
Don't we have access to those?
Do we?
I don't know.
Ms. Brooks had a SOS email. So that also is held in captivity by the Secretary of State's office. As well as Ms. Harden's emails. Where are Ms. Harden's emails? State election board emails.
No, I don't know the answer to that. So.
Right. And also Mr. Cohen's. Where are Mr. Cohen's state election board emails? They should be in the possession of the state election board and not in the possession of the Secretary of State.
I agree.
I can't answer for secretaries. I mean, I don't disagree with you, and I don't think any of those people would disagree with you either. It's just so.
Right.
The 2 that I contacted are perfectly willing to provide them. So.
Well, it's been now it's November. Ms. Harden left in June. We've been asking for the email since June. We have been involved in litigation regarding emails. While we don't have possession of our own state election board documents is a mystery to me. And there's an unknown temp employee that also had a Secretary of State email. We need her emails also.
Well, that leads into what I have to talk about.
I would like to request our chairman and our executive director to work with the Secretary of State to obtain these emails and keep them in the possession in the records of the State Election Board.
All right, if you'll send an email to them requesting, I'm happy to help. However,
I'm happy to do that, but you know, Mr. Chairman, I sent you an email. I talked to you on the phone about trying to get some of these exact same emails right after I got brought into this position, and nothing's been done.
Okay. All right.
So if you can,
Send-
if you can light a fire or whatever you need to
All right.
do.
Send an email and I will opine on your email. So,
Okay.
All right.
is there anything else related to that?
No, that's all, but I would like this to be on the agenda for the next month's meeting because I'd like to know that there's a resolution by next month.
All right, next item on the agenda is discussion or on dismissal process of 2023-025.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So there has been a lot of conversation around conflicts of interest, improprieties, transparency, and there's several emails that I was added to, copied on, that has been going back and forth between Mr. Joe Rossi, Kevin Monkla, and our Chairman Previer. And being that I was not a board member at the time when this case was brought up, however, I was kind of brought into it because the July meeting, I was a board member. So I kind of came in on the back end of it all. And from my understanding at that time, I was under a certain impression as to how all of this played out. And I'm reading these emails, and unfortunately, you know, we can't communicate unless we communicate publicly. So I just had a few questions.
Okay.
But I'm reading these emails from Mr. Rossi and for the public to know. What I am concerned about is that the emails are implying that the case that was supposed to be heard, SB 2023-025, this is what's being alleged. It's that it was moved up earlier in the day to be heard early in the day, knowing that member Jeffries would not be present. Not only that, but that there was a motion, which I did go back last night and listen to the actual board meeting on May 7th, but there was a motion that was made by member Lindsay at the time that basically, you know, he said that if the Fulton County did not have a monitoring team in place by the month of July or the July meeting, then then the board would issue a letter of reprimand. Unfortunately, I am getting documents that's showing the letter of reprimand went out on June 13th, which was before the July meeting. And that in the letter, the date changed from them having to have the monitoring team present for the July meeting to the August meeting. Now, nowhere in the board meeting that I watched did I hear August as the month when they needed to have the monitoring team in place. I only heard July the entire time. Not only that, but I also have an email from Alex Harden that says where Kevin Monkla reached out to Alex and basically said, you know, has a letter gone out? What's happening? And her response was, and this was on May 29th, that we have not issued the letter yet since the letter was contingent on them being the Fulton County selecting an agreeable monitor before the July meeting. If they secure a monitor before July, we will issue the letter. If they fail to secure a monitor, we will refer the case to the AG's office. Okay. My question is, why does the letter of reprimand say that they need to have that they need to have it in place by August instead of July? Who changed the letter? Who decided on that?
Well, I didn't prepare the letter. I signed the letter. The letter was prepared by Alexander Harden. And to the best of my recollection, the reason it was extended was because in July, we didn't have any people that had made attempts to form a committee, I mean, a monitoring committee yet. And we want to give the board time to consider those. We had two proposals that were made to us, one on July the 5th, I think, by the Ryan Germany team, and one that was presented by Dr. Jan on July 8th, I think.
That was all after the May meeting.
Right, right.
Okay.
Right. So there were two proposals that were made before the July meeting. But as of the middle of June, there hadn't been anybody that had expressed any interest in putting together a monitoring team for that. Member Lindsay had left by then. Member Gazal was the only other person who voted in affirmative that was still there. And so we were working with trying to find people that would put together a monitoring team. Dr. Jan Camp with the monitoring team.
Wait, you're because now you're crossing over to when I was on the board, because that conversation about with Dr. Jan's monitoring team and us assisting with it, that happened when I was on the board. However, there's a letter that's dated June 13th.
Right.
So that decision was made prior to the discussion about Dr. Jan's monitoring team. And I thought it was up to Fulton County to present us with the monitoring team, and then we would decide whether we agreed to it. So what
That wasn't my recollection of them presenting the monitoring team.
So what was your recollection? That the board was going to create the monitoring team?
There really wasn't a lot of discussion about who created it, because member Lindsay and member Gazal, well, member Lindsay wanted a monitoring team put in place, but he left, as you know.
I do, but.
And so I don't know, I didn't put any monitoring teams. I had no participation in who created the monitoring teams.
But you knew that it was that the board supposed to participate in it? Because it sounds like what you're saying is you sent the letter of reprimand early because you saw that they weren't going to be ready for July.
No, I sent that along with all the other letters that got sent out in June for reprimands, letter of instructions. I mean, there's a lot of letters that go out every time we have a meeting. So,
but it was just incorrectly dated, and you didn't know. Are you saying you didn't know that it was August that Alex changed it?
No, I knew it was August, but I knew that there had been no movement on a monitoring team because Ed had left, and he was kind of behind that whole.
So you wanted Fulton to have more time. You wanted to buy more time.
I wanted the board to have time because we didn't have anything to consider at the time. We had nothing to consider before the July meeting.
So you're saying that it was up to the board to create the monitoring team?
That was never stipulated who created it. It was never.
Well, the monitoring team that we have in place right now was created by Fulton County.
No, it wasn't.
Who was it created by?
Ryan Germany.
Oh, okay, it was created by Ryan Germany.
Yeah,
but not the board.
No, and no.
So you're saying that you adjusted the date because you wanted to provide more time for whom? For us?
For the board.
For the board
Yeah.
to do what?
We had nothing to consider.
So then why did we need more time?
Because we had nothing to consider, and we needed to be able to consider the monitoring team for this Fulton County thing. We had nothing to consider at that time.
So why not wait until July to see if they were going to produce it? Because if Ryan Germany was the one coming up with the meeting, were you in communications with him? Did you know that he wasn't putting the team together?
I don't recall the first date that I was alerted that he was going to put a team together. I don't remember exactly when that was. And I don't remember if that was in mid-June, towards the late June. All I know is he presented his team on July the 5th. Dr. Jan presented hers on July the 8th, which means we had it before our July the 9th meeting. And Fulton County did not have a board meeting scheduled until July the 11th to vote on it. And the Secretary of State had already looked at them and picked Ryan Germany's team. Fulton County was aware of both of them at that time and picked Ryan Germany's team.
So who came up with the option or the idea of giving them a letter of reprimand? Whose idea was it?
It was voted on by Member Gazal and Member Lindsay. Did
Lindsay put that motion forward?
Yeah, there were about maybe 5 or 6 or 7 motions that day. It was an extensive conversation. So I even made a motion to send it to the AG and withdrew that motion. Member Lindsay came up with the motion to do as we did, which was put the monitoring team in place and send a letter of reprimand.
So And are you, that's something he just came up with, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I had no input into any discussions that they had.
Were you aware that yeah,
Well,
that's where
remember Lindsay with any discussions he had with
Fulton County?
Fulton County, I wasn't involved in that.
So we had a board member that sat down with Fulton County and they came up with this
Well, I don't
plan.
even know who he talked to totally, because I was told that Ann Brumbaugh, their attorney, didn't know about it until that morning of the meeting, actually,
Didn't know what?
that this was going to be a proposal. So I don't know who had discussions with what.
So
But remember Lindsay told me that he had talked to Dr. Johnson about it.
Well, he said it's on the record.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah,
he told me.
let me be clear. He asked about a monitor team. I said it'd be great that Fulton County would be monitored for any election and every election. That had nothing to do with the decision of 2023 and 025 and the import of a case that documented double counting of thousands of votes and missing documents of thousands and thousands of votes for an election. So, and I believe that Ms. Brumbaugh actually talked to Ms. Adams before the meeting started, before the case was heard, before the first question was asked. And she told Ms. Adams, maybe you could speak to this. What did she say to you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can yell up and So she came up to me before the meeting started.
That morning, right?
Before the meeting started at the SEB meeting.
Right.
I remember exactly where I was standing. I was in front of the dais where the people come up to make public comment. And she came over and said she was not aware that I would be there. Since I was, she wanted to ask me how I felt about a monitoring team in Fulton. And I said, well, I feel okay about it. What's it for? And she goes, well, she said, the Fulton BRE chair and the SEB chair and a couple of the members had all been discussing that it would be a good idea to have a monitoring team in Fulton. I again asked her, why would we do that? And she was interrupting me saying, don't you think it would be a good idea? And I go, well, a monitoring team is always probably a good idea. But I mean, she wouldn't answer the question on what it was about. So I was very confused about it. And I did have several follow-up conversations with her about that.
So, Mr. Chair, did you meet with her prior to the meeting? Or with did you meet with Fulton County, the Board of Registration? I mean, no one. You had no meetings about this prior to the meeting?
No, I didn't.
So that's not true.
No.
Did she tell you that it was decided there would be a letter of reprimand for this case?
No, we didn't talk about this case at all. I didn't understand that it was anything to do with 025. The way she brought it up to me, I did not understand that. It was totally confusing to me. I think she was not clear, and I kept asking her why, and she wouldn't answer. She just said, don't you think it'd be a good, things like, don't you think it'd be a good idea? Well, sure, that's a good idea. You know, but I didn't know what she was referring to tell you the truth. And it was a very quick conversation. And she came up there and she told me that. We had the whole conversation in less than 3 minutes. And she goes, oh, we're about to start. I got to go sit down. Because I kept saying, but why are we doing this? And she didn't want to answer me.
So basically, we had a board member who met with Fulton County and pretty much prearranged a decision on how we should move forward and then presented it to the board, and then it was accepted only because it was accepted without having member Jeffries present.
Well, he couldn't prearrange anything because, like I said, there were a whole number of motions that were made prior to his, including one from me.
Well, clearly he did. If she came up to board member Adams and made it clear that they were in talks about having a monitoring team, then that's what happened. I mean, it's safe to say that it was prearranged.
Well, they might have discussions, but I'm saying you couldn't prearrange something that hadn't occurred because there's the board still had to
It
vote
just
on
so
it,
happened
discuss
to
it.
pass because, and I'm assuming that it helped that member Jeffries wasn't present.
No, it wouldn't have made a difference,
Well, you said, I mean, didn't you say a motion failed because he wasn't present?
but you would have had to have, it would have been a 2-2 vote. And that would have been the tiebreaker. If he had voted against it, it'd have been a 2-2 vote and that would have been a tiebreaker.
And had you been the tiebreaker, you would have suggested sending it to the AG's office?
I don't know.
Either way,
I don't know.
the problem I have,
I mean, I don't know what I would have done, frankly, but there was a lot of discussion on that back then, a lot of it with Dr. Jan made 4 or 5 motions. I made a motion. Member Lindsay made at least one. I mean, there were a lot of motions made. And the reason the case was moved up, which I told them the day before it was being moved up, was because I knew it was going to be a contentious issue and I would have a lot of time to
the night before,
discuss it. Yeah.
the night before.
Yeah. Well, we make alterations to agendas all the time.
No. Here's the thing. When you put it all together, well, first, before I do that, Executive Director Mills, do you have something to say?
Well, I was not here then as well, but I've received the emails that were sent to me from Mr. Rossi. And of course, I felt the responsibility to pass those along to the board because he had an urgent request. And as I remember it, and I could be wrong, that's why I'm asking this question. When I watched the May 7th meeting, the Lindsay motion was that the SEB, the SOS, and Fulton County come up with a monitoring team. And if they could not agree on a monitoring team, then it was to be sent to the Attorney General.
Right.
That was his statement that I remember hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was no agreement.
Right.
But it was not sent to the Attorney General.
Right. Correct. That's when you put it all together, when you start with, when we start from the top, that this case came before the board, the case was then moved, whether you're saying that it just happened to be, I don't know, why did you move the case? Was there a reason where somebody need to
because
leave?
I knew it was going to be a extended conversation. I didn't want it to be at the end of the day. I wanted to get it earlier in the day. We do that a lot, Janelle.
No, we don't.
We make changes to the agenda
No,
a
making
lot.
changes is one thing, but
We move
moving it.
things on the agenda all the time.
All right, let's continue. So you move it up. You move it up during a time when you knew there wasn't a board, that all the board members were not going to be present, knowing that
He wasn't there at all.
Member Jeffries, did you express that you would come later in the day? Okay, so you knew that.
Across the street at EPD, I had a meeting that morning.
Okay, so he said he would come later in the day, but you felt like it was important to move this up to the beginning of the meeting because it was be an extensive conversation with leaving one board member out.
I thought it was kind of in the middle of the day. Was it at the beginning of the meeting?
Or you moved it up to when he wasn't there.
It wasn't at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, well, you moved it up where he wasn't present and you continued to have the conversation even though he wouldn't be there. Not only that, but then when he asked, should he show up, you then say, basically, there's no reason. Like you shouldn't, don't come to this meeting, basically.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
I said, I think I said something, you don't want any part of this or something.
You don't want any part of
And he
this,
sent
right?
back a glass of bourbon.
I saw the text message. I think we all saw the text messages.
Yeah, okay.
So then after the text messages are sent, then the board then votes on the monitoring team. Is that what happened?
No, the board never voted on it. The board never took a single action related to the monitoring team.
So they didn't vote to send a letter of reprimand either.
We voted to send a letter of reprimand, and to come to some memo of understanding on a monitoring team. But member Lindsay left after that and wasn't able to drive that train anymore.
So you sent the letter of reprimand, basically saying that you need to have a monitoring team in place by July. That was the intention of the letter of reprimand, right?
I would have to go back and read what the actual verbiage is on it. There was a letter of reprimand based on the actions of what we found. And I don't recall exactly what it said about the monitoring team in the letter of reprimand.
No. But when you made the motion to pass
I didn't make the
when the motion was made to send the letter of reprimand, the motion that you said was voted on,
2-1.
it was under the impression that they had to have a mutual agreeable monitoring team would have to be in place by July. Correct?
Well, you need to ask member Lindsay what.
No, I'm asking you because you were the chair and you were there.
But
So I'm asking you.
member Lindsay and member Gazal were the ones that voted on that. So you need to ask him what his intention was, whether, I mean, you're asking me to speak.
You
to
don't
somebody
know
else.
what so are you telling me you don't know
No,
what
my
intention of the letter of reprimand was?
The letter of reprimand was to go based on their actions that happened in 2020, and then the monitoring team was to monitor them for the next election in 2024. And so it was,
John, the letter said August, right? So there was a month that was placed in the letter.
Yes.
Where did August come from?
I just told you that.
What did you tell me?
I told you that by the middle of June, no action had been taken at all on the monitoring teams. There wasn't any proposals, there wasn't anything.
So you took it upon yourself to move the date.
Yeah, I probably talked to Ed or Sarah about it at the time because.
But nobody else, the two members
they-
that are not
They
here.
were the ones that voted on it. It was their motion.
That doesn't matter, Mr.
It
Chairman.
does to me.
Well, it might
No, it
to
doesn't
you,
matter.
but that's not the way the rules operate.
Well, it
Yeah,
does to
because
me, and they voted on it, and that's the way it happened. What do you want to do now? I
The
mean,
committee
what is it
passed.
you're trying to
Okay,
do?
when I'm not trying to do anything. I'm having a public discussion with you because I'm concerned about the doctoring of documents behind the backs of the board members.
No, there
Because
wasn't.
that's what happened. Well, you moved the goalposts without the board knowing.
The board could have voted on this thing in July the 9th. They could.
That doesn't matter. You moved the goalposts and you put it in writing without the consent or a conversation with the board. You did it behind the back of the board.
What do you want to do, Janelle? You want to give me a public reprimand? I mean, what do you want to do with this? You know, so-
So are you taking accountability for it? Is that what's happening? Because I don't know what this energy
My
is
name
here.
was on the letter. The letter said August. What do you want to do?
I'm asking,
What do you want to do?
what do you mean? What do I want? Are you threatening me? What are you doing?
I'm saying, what do you want to do with it? I mean,
I can tell you what I want to do, but we're going to hold that one.
Admit it.
What I will, no. So you are admitting that you changed that you moved the goalposts without the board knowing.
Without you knowing, obviously, but I don't know.
Any members of the board?
No, I would say Ed Lindsay probably knew it.
Okay, so you called Ed up and said, "Hey Ed, I'm going to send out this letter of reprimand, but I'm going to change it from July, from what you stated in July, and I'm going to now make it August without anyone else knowing." So now we go to the July meeting. The August never came up. We're in the July meeting. That's when now I'm on the board, and we're talking about this. And now I'm under the impression that we are now putting this monitoring team together and that they missed the deadline. So we need to send it to the AG's office. However, there's a document floating out there that says that they didn't miss the deadline because you doctored it behind everybody's back, sent it out. Now they have August, we have July. You don't see how that could be a problem, how you're putting the board in a very a tight position. Basically having Fulton County saying, "Oh no, I have a letter of reprimand that says I have till August," but we're all thinking they have until July.
I believe there's also an email to Ms. Harden that reflects that the letter of reprimand cannot go out because a mutually agreed upon monitor team had not been made. And it had to be mutually agreed upon. Why we would let the entity that violated the election law have veto power over a monitor team is a mystery to me.
Who sent that letter?
That came from Alex. That was on May
Said-
29th.
Ms. Harden.
Yeah, it came from Alex to
Right.
Kevin Moncla
Okay.
on May 29th.
Yeah. She said the email went to Ms. Harden.
Well, it was from her.
So she was waiting, apparently according to Ms. Harden, the board was waiting on a mutually agreed upon monitor team. So why would a letter go out in the face of that email and the date that the monitor team was due be changed to August? What's going on?
But as I've explained, there was no monitoring team that had been even suggested at that time. And it was to give the board more time to consider. And we subsequently, right after that, got 2 monitoring teams to consider stuff, and the board took no action on any of those ever.
So, just to be on the record, and I'm going to be done with this. Like I said, we have a board meeting that's public and on the record that says they had till July. We have emails from Alex to the respondents telling them that there's no decisions going to be made until July. But then we have a letter of reprimand that goes to Fulton County that says they have until August. And that decision was made by you and Ed Lindsay without anybody else on the board knowing, because you thought that they needed more time. Or the boards needed more time. So you decided to alter the document to reflect the time frame that you think they need without communicating with anybody else. That is dishonest.
And Member Gazal might have known about it too.
May have known, but she's not here, so we're not going to take that.
Okay.
The fact is, you did
But
this.
you can't
and
make up stuff. I mean,
I didn't make up. You just made up
you said
something.
you're not going to take that. I said she might have known. So
I just said may have. I said may have, but I'm not gonna like take that as fact because I don't know. You don't even know. So, what you do know is you did talk to Ed. Is that what you're saying?
no, I really don't. I said I might have talked to Ed, and
Okay, so it's possible that you
just
did
don't
all
know.
this without talking to anybody.
I don't recall.
Okay, so it's possible that you did all this without communicating
I
with
doubt
anybody.
it. I doubt it.
I doubt it, but you don't know. Okay. All right. The point is, this is the type of dishonesty that continues to cause dysfunction on this board. Every time we look up, we see an article talking about the chaos, dysfunction of the board, but it's because of stuff like this. It's because we continue to find out things. Here we are months later, and I'm just now seeing that this change happened. And I'm just tired of all the behind the back. I'm tired of all the games that are being played. I feel like it puts us in a terrible situation. It continues to put us in a position where we have to defend ourselves, when the fact is we're over here fighting for a monitoring team, and Fulton County has a document that says something completely different than what we're doing. I'm done.
Member Johnson?
Yes, sir. So and that rolled right into the July 9th meeting that ended up being a very long meeting and was to be continued on July 10th, which rolled into a fiasco of instructions to Alex Harden not to answer other board members' phone calls to call in to be present for the continuation of that meeting on July 10th, which ended up resulting in a lawsuit about an Open Meetings Act violation and created great confusion with the state election board for weeks on end after that, which also was reflected in what appeared to be the chair's refusal to post meetings in a timely way or post rule petitions in a timely way, and illegally ended the meeting on July 10th. And following that meeting, apparently a bottle of vodka was sent to the chair. I don't know who sent it or why they sent it, but it came from the Secretary of State's office, I believe, which raises more questions. Why is a bottle of vodka being given to the chair following a difficult and contentious meeting?
Yeah, it makes me wonder, was it a thank you for shutting this case down? Because we're talking about a case that had hundreds of violations, and we issued a letter of reprimand. We've sent cases to the AG's office for 1 or 2 violations. We have hundreds of violations, thousands of missing ballot images, and all kinds of craziness. And a letter of reprimand that is then doctored behind the backs of the board to give them more time. What are we doing? That doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It's concerning. And so yeah, it's concerning. I'll leave it at that for now.
And Mr. Chair, yeah, one more thing.
Okay.
I wonder why in the world you told me that you called the plaintiff's attorney in that very first lawsuit and talked to them. You had no place in calling the plaintiff's attorney that had filed a lawsuit against the state election board and 3 members individually over that particular meeting problem. And you didn't have our lawyers talk to the plaintiff's lawyers. I find that highly irregular. We don't know what you said and what the conversation was. Did you encourage American Oversight to bring that lawsuit on? Did you encourage them to sue the 3 individual members of the board?
No, actually, if you, I believe that what you're talking about is I actually called them and told them that we were in agreement that we were resolving all the issues related to that meeting on the 12th. And there'd be no reason to move forward with anything on that since we were resolving it as a board. That was it. And I told the Attorney General that I was doing that in an effort to prevent the lawsuit from happening because we were in agreement that we were going to resolve it based on the email that you had sent me. I mean, it's all on email. So I was trying to prevent a lawsuit.
Lou, that would have been appropriate if our lawyer had called their lawyer. It's not appropriate that you called the lawyer. And plus, I don't know what you said. I'm glad you're telling us what you said. But you know what? That lawsuit's still not over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I told you that before. Exactly what I had told them in an effort to prevent a lawsuit. So.
Well, it didn't, did it?
I know maybe if an attorney spoke to the attorney, maybe that would have prevented a lawsuit. But whatever you said, it brought the lawsuit on.
No, what I said did not bring a lawsuit on.
Okay, well, they continued. Well, it certainly didn't help. It didn't cause them to not bring it on.
Trying to prevent a lawsuit doesn't hurt. So.
Well, it could.
So we have some operational and administrative issues that I just can't talk about anymore. I think that we need to consider the situation as far as what we've just discussed, and why don't we table this and bring it back in December and see if we can come up with maybe something that we would recommend.
Ms. Vice Chair, or Mr. Chairman, before we get off that subject, I had a couple of things I had in the conversation I want to clarify for myself. In the May 7th meeting, again, it was that the monitor team were to be chosen and agreed upon by Fulton, by SEB, and by SOS. And if that did not happen, then the case would be referred to the AG's office. And that's what I heard when I watched it.
But you need to ask Member Lindsay what his full intention was. And like I said, this
intention, we have it in writing. What are you talking about? Intentions.
The one that made the motion, it wasn't my motion. I didn't even vote on the motion. So you're asking somebody who wasn't involved in it.
This is weak, Mr. Chair. This is weak.
You know,
because you're basically saying that a motion was made and the motion is in writing. We all know what it meant. We all know what it is. We all can carry it out. However, now that you're in this predicament, now you're
predicament. I'm not predicament.
Well, you're acting like it because now it's like, oh, I don't have anything to do with it. You got to ask Member Lindsay. He's not here. I don't know what he meant. I don't know what his intentions were. It was very clear. He made it very clear.
Then talk to Member Lindsay about it. Talk to Member Lindsay. I did not vote on it. I didn't make the motion.
Okay, well, then I think we need to bring the case back and then send it to, personally, I think it needs to go beyond that, but I'm in agreement with Member Johnson that we've discussed it. We take a moment, we bring it at the December meeting, we will bring forward what we think a good recommendation would be to mitigate this.
And then in the responses, I think you were asked, did you meet with Fulton County? And you said, no. But you said you didn't know if anybody else did. Were you aware, or did you know that Lindsay was Ed Lindsay carrying on this conversation with Fulton County?
I don't recall exactly what my knowledge was at that time. But let me make it clear. I made a motion before his motion to send it to the AG. Okay. So it would seem to me that if I had made that motion, how would I be in line with his? I mean, it's
because you knew it wasn't going to pass. I mean,
And that's okay.
I
But
mean, he made a motion to send it to the AG.
yeah, I understand. But my question, let's go back to my original question, because you talked about a lot of things, but not my question. My question was, were you aware that Ed Lindsay was talking to Fulton County about this case before it was brought before this board?
I don't recall my specific knowledge of exactly what that was. I don't. I mean, remember Lindsay tells me that Dr. Jan knew
Okay,
about it.
let's ask it
I'm
another
saying,
way.
I don't recall exactly.
Let's ask it another way.
But
Is it
I
appropriate?
wasn't a part of those conversations.
Is it appropriate for any member of this board to talk to a county who has a case coming before the case comes before the board? Is that appropriate? We're not saying it happened. We're saying, is it appropriate for that to happen?
And discuss consequences.
Yeah, I need to think about that a little bit. I mean, I just want to.
Of course.
I mean, there are a lot of different situations to where conversations are made before it comes before the board. And
I've heard you reprimand what you thought Vice Chair had called asking questions about a case. I've heard you reprimand her for doing that when she was only asking questions. She wasn't negotiating a case.
Did I reprimand her in public?
Yeah, there was me and 3 or 4 other people in the room.
For calling and asking questions about a case?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
sure did.
all right. What's your point here?
My point is, you every time there's a question that you don't want to answer, it's deflect. It's deflect. It's talk about another issue. It's bring up something else. Because right now, you know full well whether Ed Lindsay talked. I don't know whether or not he talked with Fulton County before this case came up. This was a big case, maybe the biggest one that ever came before this board. And
Actually, the transcript reflects that Ed Lindsay said he had talked to Fulton County and the Secretary of State.
I said that he had discussions with him, yes.
just a moment ago, you said you couldn't recall.
You asked me if I had.
No, I said, I referred to Janelle asking you if you had, and I recall that you said no.
Right.
And I said, were you aware of any other member talking to them? Or Ed Lindsay?
Don't recall.
And you said you did it.
I don't know what the extent of his conversations were. I wasn't involved in them. So you need to ask Ed Lindsay that. But obviously it had some conversations because he told Ann Brumbaugh he had talked about it. So
Okay, well,
that morning,
I see an ongoing pattern, Mr. Chair, and this is why I say that you are being dysfunctional as a chairman. Because
you know what,
question,
no, you know what, you were out
right
of
now,
bounds. You were
like-
out of
like right
bounds.
now,
You are out
you-
of
you-
bounds.
You avoid my question.
No, you are out.
You
I
won't
don't
answer it.
You are out of bounds.
It's
Okay.
dysfunctional to talk about when this board passes a measure, it passes, and you're asked, will you comply with it? Your response is, I'll take it under consideration.
Out of bounds.
That's
as executive director.
dysfunctional.
You are out of bounds
No, I mean,
and you are inappropriate.
we have questions.
So-
This behavior is dysfunctional.
You're right. You're right. You're a member of the board. He reports to the board. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm not going to sit here and be quizzed
By
him.
employee?
By him. That's right.
Is that how you feel?
I'm not going to.
Hold on.
I'm not going to. All right. Do y'all have anything else? Any of this?
Yes, I do. Let's read the code because I'm not just an executive director.
I understand. What you said.
I am an ex officio member of this committee. When they took off the Secretary of State as ex officio, they replaced him with the executive director. The code states there's 2 things I can't do. I can't make a quorum and I cannot vote. And so I will not sit here and listen to you bully the Georgia state law. You have to comply with the law, Mr. Chairman. So you may not like it, but you have to comply with it. And every time I ask you a question and you don't want to answer it, you simply say you'll take it under consideration. You'll give that some thought.
Well, that's because I get ambushed at these meetings.
It's a pattern. It's a
Anybody else have any-
ambush.
anybody else have any questions?
It's a pattern of being dysfunction.
Any further questions?
I agree.
I move that we table this until December.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So moved.
Well, if you weren't talking, you would have heard the motion. The motion was that we table it until next meeting.
That's very polite.
I'm not trying to be polite. I'm giving you instructions. You said that there was no motion. I'm telling you it was. But you were
All right.
talking, so you didn't hear it.
Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
But we have more business.
Oh, we do? What is it?
Here is media.
Oh, please, that's yours.
Yes. Right. So, y'all might not know this, but we're in the paper from time to time. I think we're on the front.
I'm sure we will be again.
Yeah, we're on the front page of the paper, or I guess tangentially, we're on the front page of the paper today. But I'd like to address an article that was written by Mr. Caleb Groves last week. And he's here, which is great, because I have a few questions that need to be cleared up as soon as I can find that article. But I'll ask Mr. Groves. He's a reporter for the AJC. Mr. Groves, do you know how many subscribers the AJC had in 2005? 630,000. Do you know how many print subscribers the AJC has now? 40,000. 40,000. Total subscribers for the AJC, does anybody know? 115,000, and they're going out of print. Do you think it's because of the writing or the content, Mr. Groves? Now, Mr. Groves, you wrote an article the other day, and it was about, I think it was about fundraising for a legal defense fund for me, which was, I mean, I love getting press, but half of the article was about that. And the other half of the article was about a lawsuit that I could not talk to or respond about. But so it was a 50-50 article, one about fundraising. And you're all about transparency. You're asking questions about transparency, and you spoke about critics. And critics is a nice word, but I don't know who critics are. Could you maybe delineate exactly who critics are? You don't know?
I think my reporting stands. I mean, I don't have anything else to add to that. You can look at public comments from today's state election board meeting or the October state election board meeting. You can look to the people I quote in the article. And that's all I have to say. I'll stand by my reporting.
All right. So you quoted two people in the article. One was Ms. Draper, or Representative Draper, and she criticized some fundraising issue and about transparency, and seems like several people here have been concerned about anonymous donors to a legal defense fund. Have you asked Ms. Draper why she has over $100,000 of donations anonymously to her? Is that a concern? Is transparency a concern about Representative Draper? And Mr. Groves, in the writing of the article, you talk about this local platform, Give, Send, Go, and you immediately launch into it's a extremist group, Christian-oriented group. It's associated with extremist groups, and you build this extremist idea in the article. Is this fact or is this opinion? Is extremist fact or opinion? Is this an opinion piece or a news piece? I'd just like to know. It's on the front page of the paper. And who, talking about transparency and wanting to know, I asked you several days ago who your editor was, your copy editor. And you won't tell me. Now, is that transparent? Who edits your articles? Who reads your articles? Who decides what you write for? Now, I'm all about transparency. I have public records. Everybody has access to them. But you were very concerned when I asked who your editor was. So, and whoever does your editing, they need to check your grammar because incomplete sentences and just don't work well. And as far as the legal defense fund, that defense fund is going into a trust. I have no control over it. Ms. Grubbs did not contribute to it. She only assisted me as the vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party, which I'm the appointee to this board for, in setting it up. So I just want to, just assure everyone that I don't know who's contributing to it. I don't have control over it. And the decisions for providing that legal defense will be up to that trust. But fortunately, we won that lawsuit, which is great, and no dollars will be needed for my legal defense. So I have the hopes to either return all of that to the donors or contribute it to a lawfare defense fund. So I'm delighted to be able to share that with all of you today. And that's all the comment on that. Thank you.
Gotta be honest.
Let's have an agenda.
Mr. Chairman, we just want to remind everybody, we have a Zoom meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's important, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm reminding you, so.
Right.
She's gonna send that link.
Okay.
One more last piece of old business. I'm sorry I didn't bring it up. But there were the comments about the Election Assistance Commission comment to support a new rule to require photo ID for registration on the federal application to require citizenship documentation. That comment was sent, and Ms. Gazal our member Gazal had asked if it was sent in individual capacity, which it was. I know, and I did send that comment, and the first sentence on that did say the support of the state election board, which I had the consent and support of the majority of the state election board. And so I just wanted to clear that up, but just to assure everyone, perhaps we could ratify that here in the meeting today, that the comment would be ratified by the state election board formally in a meeting. So I'd like to move to ratify the comment that was sent to support voter registration and proof of citizenship on the federal application to the Election Assistance Commission. So I move that. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye. Great. Thank you so much.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
We have motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.